All right. Bam. We are live here with session 4 of Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. We have everybody here in the Adventure HQ. Um, if we want to go ahead and start off our session by rolling a single d20, and whoever gets the lowest on that d20 will have the lucky. Will be giving us the lucky recap. So whenever you guys are ready, you can roll that d20 there.
War says she's going to make sure to go clack clack at any audience.
Honed, you always roll so low. Oh, we got a Neil. Neil at a 7. Well, we know it's
better.
definitely not going to be honed for the third time in a row.
It's better to get the low ones out of the way at the beginning.
Oh, Belron with a 5.
I do think it's funny on my screen the dice hit each other and it turned one of them to a 1.
Yeah. So I think we just need one from War. Once you're able to.
Are y'all able to hear me or no?
Oh,
Yes.
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I am turning on. I think that my extension got turned off. So give me 1 second. Be on 20. Fuck. Yeah. Did that come through?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. So it looks like Belron, you are the lucky winner. You get to recap for us. So whenever you are ready, you can recap what happened last session.
All right. So we went to recruit Bellium the poet to catalog our supplies and help organize our camp. And when we got there, he wanted us to collect some paper and ingredients to make some ink. So after we gathered the supplies for him, we escorted him back to the camp, got him situated, and then we decided that we needed to make our way to the fabled Fawn Inn, where we were met with a horrible scene. The barn or the stable, whatever it was on fire. Screams were coming from the inn as well. So me and Igvis and someone else I can't remember went to the stables as they were on fire, and we were best equipped to deal with fire, being tieflings. So we once we got inside, we looked for survivors, but all we found were some horses. So we tried to get them out before heading to the inn. We found nothing upstairs. There was like an upstairs area, but we didn't really find much of anything up there that I remember anyways. So after rushing towards the building, I heard some screams from the window to the right side, so I rushed over there. I saw 2 women inside, so I helped one out of the window, and then I got inside to help the other one who was injured. I can't remember their names, but one was an elf and the other I think was a human. And they seemed to be being attacked by these like mushy looking goopy fiends that just kind of like, they didn't really have legs, but they were like lumbering around, and they had these claws they were attacking us with. After we dealt with them, we I think Egvis attended to the woman's husband, brought him back from the brink of death. We were all pretty congratulatory on that, giving them a little round of applause. And then we made our way back to the camp with the survivors.
Awesome. Perfect.
I'll add that when we were looking for the paper, we found some weird glowing magic that went wrong or something in the place, and then War burned it down.
We also did get that rune for Craggle That the shielding item.
Oh yeah, the orb of awesome.
You just start
Orb
pointing
of
fingers
awesome.
at forest fires?
I didn't point a finger. I stated a fact.
I don't know. That sounds very finger pointing to me.
Oh,
I
sounds
mean,
accusatory. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
like, I don't.
Threw a dart at home.
you did burn the building down.
I technically I did nothing but check. I threw a chair. That thing lit it on fire. I didn't light it on fire.
Yep, you guys stopped a fire and you started a fire, so you're even.
We didn't start the fire.
Moral compass 0. Got it.
All right. So yeah, let's jump right into this, shall we? We're gonna load the caravan. Hopefully that loads pretty quick for you guys. You don't have too much time loading. Everybody's there. Can see the caravan.
Not yet. Now I can.
All right. Cool.
I'm just turning myself. Don't mind me. Do-do-do-do.
So we ended last session with you guys resting overnight, so everybody has a long rest. You should have all your spells back. And morning comes. As morning comes and you're waking up and you come back to the caravan, people are gathering around the fire as Ippen is cooking for the group, and you can smell this wonderful smell of stew coming, and she starts serving everybody the soup and bowls as everybody kind of sits around the fire, and Vosh calls out and she says, "Come, gather everybody. Let's sit around the fire and pray before we partake in this meal. Please come grab yourselves a bowl." And she'll look towards you as you start to come over. Anybody taking a bowl sitting by the fire?
I will take a bowl.
Of course.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
I'm still gonna look down a little bit at the praying portion, but I'm taking a bowl.
You prefer your food unblessed?
Very much so.
Ignis, I wanted to sit next to her.
All right. I'll be over here.
All right. So as everybody is gathered around, Vasha comes into the center, and she says, she closes her eyes and raises her hands and says, "Before all, we give thanks to the companion, whose light gives us the bounty of the fields and shields us from the dark, whose eternal presence is a constant ally against those who would threaten Eltergard. Let all those who stand within its blessing remember that it is a beacon of righteousness, which we will follow to our greater glory. In the light of the companion," and in unison, pretty much everybody else says, "In the light of the companion." And then
Dolakesh crosses his arms and just waits for the ceremony to end.
and with that, everybody starts to eat their soup. Is there anything anybody wanted to say while they're eating with the group? Everybody's kind of just sitting around. They're relatively quiet right now as they eat.
The only thing that I would do is I would go hang out with Hastreen and just see how my project is going.
Ah, yes. Igvis, you look for a mask. I can give you such. Here is one that is black and white, and you will like it very much. And she'll
Very
actually hand you a finished mask that she seemingly did overnight.
Wow, that is impressive. I thought this was going to take a couple of days. Very much appreciated. And I will take the mask and put it into my bag for now.
Sounds good. And she just nods her head and starts to whistle.
And I'll pay her as I said.
And as you go to hand her the money, she just shakes her head and says, "It is not needed, friend."
Well, I very much appreciate your time. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Absolutely. And then she goes about her business. As the rest of you are sitting there by the fire, Volus speaks up and says, "So does anybody have any idea what happened to Elturel? Any theories? I mean, now that it is morning and we have gathered and had a good night sleep, does anybody have any idea what could have happened?" And Billiam chimes up and says, "Well, I don't know. I think the flaming fist maybe had something to do with it." And he kind of like turns and glares at Belron and at Craggle, and says, Baldur's Gate and Elturel aren't the friendliest of neighbors after all. And it seems rather, how do you say, coincidental that the Flaming Fist shows up in Elturel the day before the city disappears.
So War is going to jump up and I think, do I have a dagger? Do I have a throwing weapon?
Can I like get your attention?
No. So,
Okay.
because here's the deal. So, I'm going to throw a dagger at the French boy, but I'm going to throw it in a way that is intended not to hit him, but to go past him very, very closely, and say, "Do not fuck with the fist, dude. Watch your mouth."
Oh, so aggressive! You all see that? She attacked me with the dagger. It almost hurt my fair skin.
And now, can I get your attention more?
Yeah. After throwing the dagger and like giving him death stares, then she would look over at the commander, realizing she probably threw that out of turn.
And yeah, gonna shake my head no and kind of do the calm down motion.
And
then I'll turn to the guy. And then what? You propose that a mercenary band has made an entire city disappear? And just kind of dead stare him.
And next to you, Hasterine has walked over at this point and says, "Overheard a Hell Rider along my walk with a companion." He started to talk of a man whose station was High Observer who missed a meeting with the Grand Duke in Time Server. One might wonder how prevalent luck would be that a man of such station is now a mystery. On the same day and hour, his rival comes calling, and the beloved city he leads goes falling. And there's kind of like a silence after she says that, as a couple people like look at her with confusion. And then Pal speaks up, says, "Well, I'm not sure what any of that means, but it sounds like she's saying the Grand Duke murdered the High Observer. I mean, that would be an awfully mean thing to do, and, our friends here are from the Flaming Fist, and they seem nice enough. Don't you, Craggle? You're nice. You're a nice guy."
I'm also going to look at Billiam and say, you realize that, as far as we know, our commander may have disappeared with the city as well, right? Just a thought.
War chokes on a bit of food as Pal calls Crabble a nice guy.
I very much resisted just shh, but I didn't do it.
And Billiam says, "Well, I don't know what happened to your commander. I did not see him, in the city When it fell, he could have escaped. I don't know. But enough is enough. I suppose we shall see how this story ends. I
And
am
I'll
here just
chime
to
in.
observe.
Again, you're just short-sighted. There's something much greater at work here. You saw a city disappear in a flash like we all did. This isn't a mortal's doing.
If you say so, I'm done arguing about it. I go back to doing my writing, and he'll actually start walking away from the group and pulling out his journal, and he'll come sit over here by this cart and continue writing. And Vasha speaks up, at this point and says, all right, we do have friends here from the Flaming Fist, and let's not forget that they have helped all of us in some way, shape, or form. Wellum and Gordrick, you know, they defeated those cultists, right? And got back the weapons here for the caravan. And Ippen and Pow, they gathered supplies from your mill, and were able to bring that back so that we have food to eat and can afford this stew. And myself, they saved my life and the life of Hasterin here and of my husband. They have done a lot of good, which if they were here against the city and against us, I'm not so sure that they would have done all those things. So, despite all of our differences, it's important that we work together now, at least until we reach Baldur's Gate, where everything will get better. But for now, we are in this together, and if we're going to survive this, then we need to work together. Is that understood? And you can see other people nod their heads, as they kind of go back to eating.
I'll simply give a nod of my own, but sit quietly.
Yeah, I'm nodding away.
All right. And if nobody else wants to say anything else, people pretty much finish their meals, and Vasha says, all right, everybody, it's time to pack up. Light has come now, and we need to move out. It's a 10-day trek to get to Baldur's Gate, moving west, and we have no time to waste. So let's get a move on, pack up your stuff, gather your wagons, and let's move. And, with that call from Vasha, people will start going to their wagons in order to pack up stuff. Wellum and Gordrick will come over here to their wagon and start gathering all their supplies in there. Ippen and Pal, handling a lot of the food in this wagon over there. Segrin and Vasha, along with Gorin, Clyde, and Dara, are kind of over here in this wagon. And each wagon can hold about 6 people. Rhea decides that she will come over here with Gordrick and Wellum, and you see her ask for a ride in their wagon. Valis comes over here with Ippen, and Hasterin also will come over here into this wagon. Who would the rest of you like to ride with?
Vasha is the woman that we rescued yesterday.
Yes, Vasha is the woman you rescued yesterday over here.
And her husband's name was
Segrin. And I should have it set up too that if you hover over any of these tokens, their name should appear below them as well.
I'm gonna go ride with my buddy Pal.
Sounds good.
I'll ride in this one that has nobody in it.
and Werewolf join Ignis if that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have all the space for.
All right, perfect. Um, so with that, people pack up their supplies. They pack up the tents, and actually, that wagon that you guys are in, Igvis and War, gets packed with a lot of like the tents and basic supplies, as the other ones have a little bit more room in order to make room for people. Um, but there's definitely room for both of you to be in that cart. Um, and with that, Vasha and Dara's um, wagon will head off first, and then everybody kind of follows into a line with Igvis and War. Yours going last. Who's driving that cart, Igvis or War?
Um,
I can. If you don't want to do this, I'm more than happy to do it.
yeah, I'll just be writing.
Okay, so War is on the front of that, then driving it. Um, okay, so they set off, and you guys travel for a good portion of the day as you move west. And if you look at the Sword Coast map, which you should have available for you, basically the trek is going to take you west of El Terrell and through Fort Morning Lord, and then from Fort Morning Lord, the road continues west all the way to Baldur's Gate. And as Vasha mentioned, the trek is a 10-day journey. To get to Fort Morning Lord, it's going to take you about a day and a half. So you travel, most of the day and make it a good portion of the way towards Fort Morning Lord. And, nothing specific of note happens unless there's something specific you guys wanted to talk about or say in your caravans. Everybody else pretty much is pretty quiet in contemplation and thought as they begin the journey.
Yeah, I was gonna strike up conversation with Rhea.
Yeah, so Rhea sitting there, lost in thought as you speak to her.
And I'm not being like particularly quiet, so Belron, you would be able to hear this, but essentially I would say there was one piece of wisdom that man had, the poet, and it's that I don't know that the Flaming Fists are going to be especially welcome to the plight of the Elturellian people. What do we do if you're not allowed in Baldur's Gate?
Well, I suppose that we will cross that bridge when we get there. I imagine that I will not be the first Hell Rider to make their way to Baldur's Gate. I'm sure that any others who have survived, and I will say others who have survived to stay on the more positive note, will have made their way to Baldur's Gate, a bigger city, in order to find out more info and gather and what has happened. So I suppose we will cross that bridge when we get there. But if for some reason I am not welcome, maybe you and your friends might have some pull, being members of the Fist yourself. And if not, I suppose I'll have to make my own way.
And I'm going to kind of shake my head, not satisfied. And what about all these other people? We could be walking them into a dead end. And then where do they go?
Well, Baldur's Gate is a large city with vast resources. Everybody will have to, be responsible for their own. Torm preaches, taking your duty seriously, but also being self-sufficient. And, many of these people will have to be that in such time, self-sufficient.
I'm going to get a little impatient and be like, does Torm teach you that it's okay for little girls to die alone in the woods because of wolves? Because Torm would have let that little girl die, and Torm will let all of these people die.
She pauses for a second. Says pretty seriously as she looks at you, "This is not Torm's doing. There are great forces at work here. And I do not know what happened. I do not know what forces those might be, those evil forces who took our beloved city from us. But the matter of fact is, the city is gone. The matter of fact is, resources are scarce. And the matter of fact is that people will have to fend, for themselves in a way. Once we reach Baldur's Gate, we cannot be the keepers of everybody. And I'm sure there are many more people looking for shelter. And we help who we can help. And then from there, we continue searching for answers as well on our own."
Feeling like I'm not getting through to her, I'm just gonna sit down and cross my arms.
And she'll go back to quiet contemplation. Does anybody else want to strike up any sort of conversation within their wagons?
I'm sorry, you said this whole journey was going to take like a day and a half, or is this just like the day travel?
This is just the day travel at the moment. So
Okay.
You're traveling for about 8 hours.
Okay, then nothing for now.
You said that Igvis and our wagon is in the back of the caravan?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to
You know-
ask Ippin and Pal if they've seen anybody strange heading towards like El Turel, just because they're sort of on the way there.
Anybody strange headed to what, to Elturel?
Yeah, Pal. Have you guys seen anybody strange heading that way within the past few days, maybe a week?
Well, I don't mean any offense, but you lot are kind of strange as well. But besides you, no, I can't say that I have. Everything, the city disappeared, and then it was just craziness, and then we came to the caravan, and that's all I really know, is what you really know right now. So not really much time to kind of observe, people coming into the city, and we live on the outskirts, of the city, so we don't really go into the city on a daily basis.
No, I just figured maybe you guys would see travelers going past, just out somebody different that you'd never seen before.
No, I can't say that I've really seen anybody of note pass by. I mean, the mill doesn't get a ton of visitors, just me and Ippum.
Okay, thanks, Pal.
Yeah, no problem. Anybody else before we move on? All right.
Laura's going to drive her horse and wagon a little aggressively because she's angry that she's basically as far away from Volis and the goat as she could possibly be.
And yeah, so I mean, you travel for 8 hours, and it's a relatively quiet journey as everybody's in contemplation. And as night starts to fall again and it gets dark, the front wagon stops, and Vasha gets out, and Vasha moves along the caravan to every wagon in line, and basically says, "All right, I think our journey for the day is." We've traveled enough. It's time to make camp here. This should be a good place for us all to stop. If you'd like to disembark and gather your belongings, set up your tents, and we can gather for dinner." And she'll move along and she'll say that to each caravan, to each wagon. And everybody will kind of unload the wagons, unload their stuff, and they begin to set up their tents. You guys notice there is only one extra tent, which probably would typically, the size of this tent would fit 4 people. Um, that isn't already being used. So, how do you guys handle setting up basically shop for the night and where you're going to stay?
I generally offer first watch.
And while setting up, I'll also volunteer for first watch, but because I'm a little faster and can scout from the sky, I'd probably also fly around in a perimeter to see just anything nearby.
We're going to go around and help make sure that folks have their stuff set up and see if they need anything.
Yeah, I'm going to help others set up their tents, and we'll set up that extra tent. And I'm planning just to camp out underneath one of the wagons.
All right. Sounds good. Is there anyone in particular you're helping set up tents for, War? And who else said they were helping tents? Was that Nate? Holmes?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll help Ippen and Powell, and then go from there, whoever else needs help.
All right. War, anyone in particular that you're trying to help set up tents for?
I mean, although she's going to eager puppy help Volis, but then go check on each of the other camps to make sure they're good.
All right.
After she's made her round, she'll check in with Craggle to see if there's any other kind of orders, like her fifth stuff. I guess if no one else is sleeping, she'll take either second or third watch since we haven't gotten a second or third.
All right. And Devasha will also help set up the watches. And as you, so, Craggle, you offer to be first watch. And, then War, you offer to help as well, or to be second watch. And Vasha will call upon Rhea, who offers to be third watch. And then Vasha says that she will take up fourth watch during the night. And after tents are set up, people will start coming back to the fire, and Ippen will begin cooking another meal.
I would hopefully try to grab an opportunity to catch Hastring alone.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of approach and, excuse me, not sure we've formally met, and I'll put my hands in my sleeves in front of me and give a little bow. My name's Craggle, and you spoke some very curious words back there when we were organizing the caravan, and do you usually just bust out into rhyme, or what happened there?
The way I speak, don't you know, is important to me and of the Feywild, where I go.
Okay, am I familiar with the Feywild as much as Eric is? Is Craggle?
Roll me a knowledge nature.
Okay. Oh no. 5.
Yeah, you've heard, like, the Feywild, like, the name has definitely come up at some point in
Sure.
conversation, but you don't really know what it is or really anything about it.
Right.
You just can't recall.
Would Craggle know that it's a different plane? I feel like he would understand
Yeah.
planes on. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So to Hastine or Hastring, you draw from their power, or you're a Fey yourself?
What is a Fey? One might ask. There's a lot to unpack in that request. I could be considered a Fey of a kind.
And what do you make of what's going on here?
Peculiar, yes. All of this is. Why it is happening would be anyone's guess.
Do you know of any power that can move an entire city in an instant? Or destroy an entire city? I've never heard or seen anything like that.
There are many gods that would have such power. You know, many that would cause you to cower. Evil forces, most certainly at work. But what is evil, one might ask?
I do daily. Well, I'll ponder on that for a few minutes. If you glean any useful information, do let me know.
Talk we will, I'm sure soon.
And I'll give my bow. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I'll walk away.
And you notice, like, as you talk to her, Hastarine, like, her eyes, she very rarely blinks. Like, you almost blink a couple more times just to make sure, like, you know, like, you're not seeing anything, but, you know, she's just very wide-eyed and doesn't really blink much.
Have I seen her eat?
You have.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
So as people start gathering for dinner after setting up shop, you know, food is being passed out, and you hear Billiam kind of chimes up as everybody is eating. And says, "This sounds like a good time for a story. Does anybody have any good stories that they can tell?" And then when nobody kind of responds right away, as they all kind of ignore Billiam, he says, "What about
This is
you,
Pal.
Craggle?" Pal, sorry.
Yeah.
Not Billiam, Pal. He says, "What about you, Craggle? You know, and Neil and War and Igvis and Honed and I forgot your name. Belron. Belron. Do you guys have any good stories? You guys look like a lot that would probably have a lot of stories."
I'm gonna ignore him intentionally.
Just gonna look
War
away.
wants to jump up and tell a story, but she remembers the last time she tried to flex on Wallace by telling stories. She rolled if not a nat one, something close, and declines.
I'll say to Pal, you told us that your buddy there, Billiam's the guy that does all the stories. Why don't you get him to tell us a story? Keep us entertained.
"Oh, that's such a good idea, Honed. Like, Billiam probably tells great stories. I know he does. He's a great writer and he's a great poet. Billiam, you should tell the group a story." And Billiam kind of like stares you down, Honed, as and rolls his eyes, and Pal says, "Oh, what about the history of Elturel? Like, I bet our friends in the Flaming Fist don't know a lot about that. Ooh, what about the one, the Night of the Red Coup? That's a scary story. That's perfect for the nighttime and the campfire." And you remember, Craggle, that actually the Night of the Red Coup, when Pal says that, that is what Rhea had mentioned to you briefly in one of your conversations in a prior session. Pal just continues to go on and basically hound Billiam. "Come on, Billiam, tell a story, Billiam. Come on, you can do it. I know that you can, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear it, right? Everybody wants to hear Billiam tell a story. Tell a story, Billiam." And Billiam eventually speaks up and says, All right, I shall tell you this story, as long as you stop talking. You just talk and talk, and, I cannot take it. My fragile ears cannot handle the noise. So, all right, I tell story. And, he takes a, he coughs for a second and, puts down his notepad and stands up and walks, towards the center of the group, and everybody kind of perks up and pays attention, not actually really expecting him to say anything, and are very curious what he's going to say. And so he says, "This is the story of the Red Coup. 15 years ago. Elturel was a very different place. Vampires infested the High Moor, and undead plagued the surrounding land. Ikea, the High Rider, led an expedition with the bravest of Hell Riders to wipe the vampire scourge from our borders. A great battle was fought between the Hell Riders and the vampire legions, but it was the Hell Riders who emerged in a resounding victory. The celebration would be short-lived, though, as unbeknownst to the rest of his companions, Ikea was infected and turned into a vampire himself." And Billiam goes, "Ooh, a vampire. Did you guys hear that? It's a vampire." And Billiam goes, "Shh, shush, listen to this story. Over the next 5 years, Ikea slowly corrupted Elturel, turning many prominent members of the patriarchy and military into his minions. One night, Ikea decided to reveal himself, as he made his final move to seize the city, in what is now known as the Night of the Red Coup. Along with his minions, he slaughtered a majority of the Hell Riders, leaving the High Hall in absolute bloodbath. Thavius Krieg, then a young paladin of Torm, fought valiantly during the slaughter, but was eventually forced to retreat, as the vampires took full control of the city. For 14 days, terror gripped Elturel. Children were snatched from their homes every night. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers were turned against one another, as no one knew who to trust. Many citizens barricaded themselves in their home, choosing to die from starvation instead of turned by the people they loved. On the 15th day, Thavius Krieg gathered the last contingent of able-bodied soldiers and led a final assault on the High Hall to take back the city. Though he fought valiantly, the vampires were too powerful, and it seemed as if all hope was lost. Thavius called upon the gods for aid, and his prayers were answered. In a miraculous feat, he summoned the Companion, a giant second sun high above the sky of Elturel. The light of the Companion instantly wiped out the undead scourge and freed the city from Ikea's terrible reign. Thavius Krieg was named High Observer by the people, a position that replaced the High Rider as the political leader of Elturel. Since then, the Companion has continued to shine over Elturel, bathing the city in holy light and protecting it from all manner of undead. And he pauses. He says, "At least that was the case until yesterday, the anniversary of his appearance, 50 years ago." And he stops, thinks to himself for a moment, and then walks back over, sits down where he was before, a little bit farther away, picks up his journal and starts to write. And there's a silence amongst everybody else as they then look down and continue their meals. And Pal breaks the silence once again. What is a pretty heavy moment. That was a great story, Billiam. Like, you just told that really well. See, I told you all. I told you he was a great storyteller. I told you that he did stuff really well. Well done. Yes, that's an applause. Applause for everybody.
War leans over and whispers to Clyde, I'd never let the vampires take you.
You whisper that to who?
Clyde, the goat.
And Clyde goes, meh, meh. And he goes down and starts rubbing up against your leg. And Goran says, I think he likes you, War.
War is kind of curious why two people have decided not to join us for dinner.
Yeah, you don't see Valis or Sagrin. Vasha does speak up and say, well, Sagrin obviously had a long day yesterday, and he just needs more rest. I don't believe that he's really in a place to socialize at the moment. And as people finish up their meals, they slowly start making their way back to their tents for the night. Vasha comes over to you, Craggle, and just confirms. So you are good to take the first watch, yes?
Yes, Igvis will assist me.
Very well. We have
We
already
have-
set up for War to take the second watch, so just to make sure that you wake her when it is time.
Of course.
And then she will move on and head back to her tent.
Before everybody goes to bed, I'm gonna go up to War real quick and just ask her, "Hey, War, do you have a bottle of some kind?"
I don't. I think I have like a water sack.
That'll work. And I'll take it from you and I'll dump it out and empty it. Whisper to my little item and fill it with a healing potion. So just in case something happens during the night, that's good for 24 hours. And then I'll walk away.
My water skin, dude. Did you tell me that it was a healing potion, or did you just do it and not tell me what you put in there?
Oh no, I told you. It's gonna
Okay.
be magical for 24 hours if you need it during your watch, and then I'll walk away.
And you see Hasterine kind of goes off down towards a nearby crop of trees, and then eventually comes back, and you see that Hasterine has a bunch of large leaves and branches, and lays down, near the fire, and covers herself with the branches and the leaves as she closes her eyes to go to sleep.
Neil and Hone, can I count on you for taking one watch?
Yeah, just let whatever watch. I'll be sleeping underneath the cart that I came in on with where Ippen and Pal are. So whenever whoever was going to wake me up, just wake me up, and I'll take watch.
I guess I'll help, yeah.
All right. Thank you. And I'm just gonna kind of lean up, standing against this stone wall, let the time pass.
All right. So you and Igvis are up during the first watch. Belron, can you just let me know again what you were doing here?
I'm sleeping by the fire,
by the
just
fire?
looking up at the stars.
All right. And when you sleep, are you sleeping in your armor, or do you take your armor off and sleep without it on?
I don't think you can sleep in armor, so I would probably take it off. Yeah.
All right. And Neil wore honed. So honed, I think you said you were going to sleep under a wagon, right? And
Yeah, that's correct.
you take your armor off as well.
No, I have chainmail on, so I'm just gonna sleep with it on because you never know. Being out in the woods and with all this craziness going on, I'm gonna sleep prepared. I'm gonna have my great axe with me and ready for combat. You never know.
Okay.
Same.
And
War's
because
gonna make sure to.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say because it's a big camp that we're watching. Chances are I would probably fly like 10 or 15 feet in the air and just basically be walking in the air around the perimeter at all times. Kind of like, do, 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 do. Yeah, all the way around.
Okay.
On patrol.
Basically, yeah.
War doesn't trust the camp, so she's definitely not taking off her armor while she sleeps. But she'll probably just kind of crawl into one of the wagons and just sleep in one of the wagons.
Kind of like that.
Okay. So, one of the ways that I've always ruled it is, when you can sleep in armor, uh, if you want, regardless of whether it's light, medium, or heavy armor. Light armor you can sleep in with like no adverse effects, but when you sleep in medium or heavy armor, if you choose to do that, it's more difficult to rest. So you only regain a quarter of spent hit dice if it's a short rest, and for a long rest, if you don't have any levels of exhaustion, you suffer one level of exhaustion, basically. So that's how I normally rule it. So what kind of armor do you have, War?
I think I have heavy armor.
Heavy armor. So I'd say you
Yes.
could absolutely sleep in your armor if that's what you wanted to do, but I'd say, as you wake up the next morning, you'd have a level of exhaustion. Um, it shouldn't affect anything with your hit points, your full hit points, and you get all of them back during a long rest.
Okay.
Um, Neil, I think if I asked you how are you planning to rest for the night?
I'm just gonna lean up against this wagon, and I have light armor on, so I'm just gonna be sleeping in that.
Okay, cool. All right. So the first watch happens. Really, nothing of note happens at Gis or Craggle during your watch. You then go, I assume, to wake up War for watch number 2.
Yeah, when I wake up War, so after your watch is done, grab Honed and tell him to just replace with Neil.
Sounds good. And then Craggle, how do you rest?
Probably also near the fire if it's still burning, and just kind of laying out, probably on my side next to the fire.
Okay. And how about armor? What do you
I have
wear?
light leather armor, so I'll just sleep
Okay.
in it.
Cool. Igvis, what about you?
For me, I would probably be sleeping probably around here, just kind of a little on my own. And I am unarmored, so no issues there.
All right. So War, you take your watch, and again, nothing really really happens during your watch, and then you go and you wake up Honed, I think it was, and Neil.
Yeah. Honed, and then Honed will wake up Neil.
Okay. And you do remember War 2 that Vasha had set up, watches already too, where Rhea was going to be the third watch. Do you wake up Rhea as well, or do you only wake up Honed and Neil?
And I'll go wake up Ray as well. Make sure that everybody is on duty before I go to bed.
Okay. So you go ahead and do that, and Rhea will wake up and come take her place for watch, and Honed and Neil. I assume the both of you do as well as War. You go back and go get some rest.
Sorry, to be clear, Neil will be fourth watch. Honed will wake up Neil when he's done.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So Rhea and Honed, you are both you're up during the third watch, and again, nothing really happens during that third watch, and then you transition that watch into the early morning over to Vasha and Neil as well, who wakes up.
So Craggle and Igvis, did anyone do watch with me on second watch? If not, that's cool. Then Rhea and Honed, and then Vasha and Neil.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And at the end of that fourth watch, Vasha will put out the fire in the early morning as light starts to come, and will then eventually go forth and start waking people up, and says, Neil, if you will go and wake others on the other side of camp up as well for me.
Yeah, of course.
And so she will go ahead and head off and do that. Just kind of speeding things along here as well. You wake everybody up, people come, they again have a meal, for breakfast around the campfire, as Ippen, starts it up and begins cooking another stew. Everybody kind of packs up the wagons, and eventually Vasha beckons everybody to move out. That only have a couple hours until you get to Fort Morning Lord. Is there anything specifically anybody wanted to do before we move on?
Nothing here.
I'm good.
Cool. So as we move on here, it's about 4 hours. Kind of everybody's up and at 'em at 7 a.m. ish. And after another 4 hours of travel, around 11 a.m., getting close to noon, you see Fort Morning Lord in the distance, which I'll share that picture for you. And it is a high-walled fort in the distance. As you exit a group of trees, you can kind of see an open plain down below, and there are various camps and tents set up outside of this fort all over, and you see the hustle and bustle of people, hundreds of people gathered outside the fort. And it seems as you come along and the caravan continues to move and you follow Vasha's wagon, there's a larger camp towards the center of the rest of these camps. And Vasha kind of beckons her cart towards that camp. And then at some point, a couple hundred feet outside of that camp, she kind of moves the wagons off to the side. She'll get out of hers and kind of beckon everybody else to park their wagons kind of next to hers, and ask them to set up shop here. And you see Rhea talking to Dara and Gorin for a second off to the side. And then Vasha looks at you, Krygel, and then at you, Belron, and beckons both of you over.
I'll walk over there.
I assume you do the same, Belron?
Yeah.
So, as you walk over to her, says, Krygel, Belron, seems, Krygel, you are a member of the Flaming Fist, and you're the highest ranking member amongst your party, yes?
Correct.
And Belron, you are a Hell Rider as well, correct?
Belron.
Yep.
And she says, so you represent two different factions. Belron, you obviously know where we are, right? And out of character, you do. You are very familiar with Fort Morning Lord, Belron. There is a location note that you can read if you want to. I mean, everybody has access to it about Fort Morning Lord, but essentially, you know the story of Fort Morning Lord. 18 years ago, basically, the entire garrison of Paladins disappeared, just vanished overnight. And Thavius Krieg was worried about evil that was coming for the fort and basically outlawed anybody from entering the fort. You also know that there is a group called the Dawnbringers, which is like an elite force of the Order of the Companion, which is strictly responsible for watching over the fort and making sure nobody enters and that nothing really gets out of the fort. And they're like permanently stationed outside of the fort, and they have their own like permanent encampment called Camp Omaha. And you recognize the big camp that you've parked outside of as basically Camp Omaha. And so Vasha says, I would ask that both of you go into camp and seek out Jan Edelgard. And Jan Edelgard is a member of the Dawnbringers. And the leader of the Dawnbringer encampment. And please let Jan know what has happened here, our perspective from El Terrell, what we saw, and if you can gather supplies for the caravan, we're going to need food and water, and possibly, more weapons if they can spare them for our journey to Baldur's Gate. I have some business to take care of with Dara and Gorin here, and we'll make sure that we take care of the rest of the caravan as well. But if you could do this for me, for us, that would be appreciated.
And I'll give my traditional bow. I will do what I can.
Thank you. And, with that, she'll walk off with Dara and Gorin and back towards the cart. So Kragel and Belron, what do? Do you go towards the camp by yourselves? Do you gather everybody else to go with you, your crew?
I'm going to gather the Flaming Fists in like a small huddle and essentially explain to them that I'm going myself.
Okay.
You're sure about that? You don't want anybody else with you?
Honestly, if something does go wrong, the more I bring with me, the more at risk everyone else is. So I'd rather you guys be, safe. And if something goes horribly wrong, it's just me. But at the flip side, this should just be a quick in and out conversation, and I think I'm the best talker here. No offense, of course.
You can still do the talking, but if they give you supplies, don't you need more hands to carry that at least?
I mean, that'll happen. I imagine we can pull the carts up to it and we can get everyone involved if that's the case. But if anything goes especially wrong here, then I don't want just two of us. That's just more dead people.
Can we like stealth follow you?
I kind of feel like you'd be better protecting the convoy, but I can't stop you from doing what you want to do.
Besides,
Well,
you
no.
guys all jingle a little bit.
Yeah, no, War has disadvantage on stealth and apparently has exhaustion, so no. That plus she's not gonna disrespect the chain of command, but
Again, this is just a quick in and out conversation. There isn't anything to be scared of, I don't think.
You know how to reach out to me, I guess.
But
And
War
I'm
wants to
not.
make sure that it's very clear she is very displeased about being left at home, basically.
Well, there'll be much more adventure to be had in the future. This isn't exactly supposed to go anything exciting. And the last thing I need you to do is start challenging every Dawnbringer in the camp. So I appreciate your efforts.
Still displeased, but will follow commands.
If anything does happen, Igvis is in charge. And
Hey!
I'll start walking away.
Don't take any offense. He's just known me longer, and I'll walk the other direction.
Okay, so it sounds like Igvis and War, you're going to stay by the caravan.
Yes.
Neil and Honed, are you also staying by the caravan, or are you planning to follow?
No, I'll stay back with the caravan.
Boss says stay, I'll stay.
Okay. And then Belrod, you see Craggle start basically talk to the rest of the party there to huddle them up and then walk towards the camp by himself. You follow?
I'm expecting Belron to follow, so I'm not trying to avoid him or anything.
All right.
Belron.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just assumed I was going.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. So I am going to do this and switch this map real quick. Craggle and Belron, you guys come from this direction as you come in there.
During our walk, I turn to Belron and say, "How's your negotiation skills, bud?"
They're not bad, mate, but they're probably not as good as yours.
Well, then I think I would appreciate both of us being here.
I'm glad I can be here to support you.
And then, yeah, we'll continue on.
All right.
I like how everybody else has like just a black screen because we don't have a token on this map.
Yeah, I was gonna whisper to the DM and be like, I see nothing.
I'm gonna do this so that you guys should be able to toggle to the caravan as well, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that you're not staring just at a black screen. But
Okay, it makes sense. It's just funny to me. I'm just like black screen.
yeah, but Belron and Craggle, you guys basically come up on this camp, and you see there are a whole bunch of wooden walls and fences that make up this camp, and let me put some music on for you. There's a bunch of wooden walls and stakes that make up this encampment with small little towers with thatched roofs on the edge of the wooden walls. And outside of this main entrance, you see that there are here and here two knights in heavy armor, wearing blue and gold tabardry, and you can very clearly recognize the symbol of the Order of the Companion on them, which is a big sun and then a smaller sun in the upper left over it. And they stand there and they stand guard as you approach.
I'll kind of hold my hands out, palms up, to show I'm not armed as I approach. Greetings. I am Craggle of the Flaming Fists, and I'll hold my hand out to Belron.
And I'm Belron of the Hell Riders.
We come as representatives of a convoy lost, or a convoy on its way from El Terrell to Baldur's Gate. I was sent to seek the audience of Jan Edelgard.
And this one speaks up and says, "Hey, mate, you know, you don't have to be so formal about it. I can clearly see that this one over here is a Hell Rider. Of course, he's welcome, and as long as you're with this one, you're welcome as well. No questions need to be asked. Just head on in, and in the center, you'll see, you'll find Jan somewhere in the center. She's in the big tent."
And I'll give my bow and turn to Belron. Definitely glad you're here.
Happy to help.
And I'll even kind of hold my arm out so he can lead the way.
All right.
Yeah, and as you go along Belron too, you can see even down south there, and as you pass to Craggle, there's a man over there tending to some horses, and you see people walking around the camp. As you go up there towards that little fire, there's a woman along with 4 other knights, and the woman looks like this. I'm just gonna show you this real quick. Just share that. So she's a woman with these piercing green eyes and red hair, clad in heavy armor, and you can tell as well very clearly that she is a Hell Rider. And so are the 4 knights that basically sit with her around that fire. Over down here to the south, you see from there what looks like a turtle, a dark brown humanoid tortoise with green and yellow spotches on his shell. Dulled somewhat by age, and he's wielding a giant warhammer and wearing a tattered cream-colored tunic, almost as ancient as he is. And he looks like this as you pass by. Just make that a little bigger for you, his token. And he seems to be hammering away on an anvil. And you can see that there is a large tent, if you were to continue on this way, around that barrier that you're around right now towards the center. And as you get there, over here you see what appears to be a middle-aged woman with long blonde hair and tattered, dirty clothing. And I will kind of show you what she looks like. I'll do that too, because that was kind of the artwork from the other guy. So you see her, and she's by this wagon that has food on it, and you can see that there are some commoners around who are basically coming up to the wagon, and she seems to be dishing out food um, to people. And then occasionally you see a couple people that hand her money, and then she seems to hand them extra supplies. Um, Over here in this area is where you see that big tent that was being talked about before. And there are two more knights that are guarding the area. And as you kind of come up into this area, this one does speak to you and say, "Hey, mate, what do you need?"
I'm gonna hold my hands up again, non-threatening, and look to Belron.
We're here to see your leader. We're here to get some supplies and all that.
Supplies? Well, Jan's quite busy, but, Agatha over there, and he points over here to the cart, the woman with the blonde hair, says she's in charge of giving the supplies out to the refugees, so, if you could go on over to her, she would be happy to help and give you your rations for the day.
We're not specifically with this encampment. We're traveling from the wreckage of El Terrell to Baldur's Gate. We're tasked with speaking directly to Jan to requisition supplies for the rest of our journey.
Ah, right then. Does Jan know you're coming? Is Jan expecting you?
Yeah,
Were you-
we were told to come see her.
Aight, so what seem to be your names, and I'll go fetch him.
And I'll give my bow. Craggle of the Flaming Fist.
And I'm Belron of the Hellriders.
And when you say "of the Flaming Fist," you notice, Craggle, that he clearly has like this look of disgust. He tries to hide it a little bit, but it's pretty apparent on his face. And then Belron, he clearly sees that you're a Hell Rider. And he turns to you specifically, Belron, and says, "All right, well, I'll be right back with Jan. Just hold on tight." And this one over here will kind of turn his gaze and puts his hand kind of on his hip and pays a little bit more close attention to you, Craggle, as this one moves inside this tent.
I'll pull my hood a little bit more, but not really give them the time of the day.
And after a while, couple minutes, this one comes out and says, "Jen will be right out." And almost on cue, this man comes out, and I will show you what he looks like. Looks like this. And he is a young man with shorter brown hair that hangs over the front of his face to partially cover piercing green eyes. And he's clad in heavy plate armor over a blue and gold tunic adorned with gold stars that clearly indicate his military rank. And you wouldn't know, Craggle, what his military rank is, but Belron, you recognize that rank from the Order of the Companion as being the rank of Star, which is the third highest rank essentially within the Order of the Companion. And it's an officer, like a captain, basically, if you could kind of akin it to, normal world military rank.
I'd give him a salute and say, "Howdy, Star."
And he says, "Yes, howdy. Your names are Craggle and Belron, I'm told. How can I help you?"
We're looking for some supplies. We were told to come see you.
Right, well, I'm not sure you needed to see me for supplies. If you're looking for supplies, you can get your daily rations from Agatha over there by the cart, as everybody else needs to do. Is this your first time here to this encampment?
Yes, sir.
Very well then.
I'll pipe up. We're not here to stay. We're simply passing through on our way to Baldur's Gate. Vasha Hall is leading the expedition.
Says not sure I know of Asha Hall. I certainly know of the halls. Grey Hall. Not sure I know of Asha.
Would I know that she's a member of that house?
Well, you do know that from your conversation, your little roleplay last session, that she was. She mentioned she was minor Eltergard nobility. She didn't really mention anything about her family or her family's names.
She said she was avoiding it too, right?
Yeah,
she was like running away from it.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically, she's trying to forge her own path. You know, she was.
Right.
She was basically had 3 older brothers. She said, and she was. Last in line kind of for the family fortune, and
Right.
then she just kind of stopped talking about it and
Okay.
basically said,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it, I'm kind of forging my own path.
Now I remember that conversation. So, to him, again, we're just passing through, and we have several members of or 2 members of the Hell Riders with us, escorting us. Essentially, you'd be aiding in refugees getting to Baldur's Gate directly.
Says, right, well, out with it then. What exactly are you looking at from me specifically?
Did she give us a list?
She didn't. She just said, talk to Jan and see if you can gather, supplies, food, maybe some more weapons. She didn't give you specifically a written out list, though. Just kind of whatever you can get to help the caravan.
We have about like 24-ish people in the caravan, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So, currently we have 24 in our convoy. We plan to be traveling for about 10 days. Food, rations, stuff for starting a fire, medical supplies in case any wounds are gained along the way, standard kind of travel gear, if you will.
Okay, it sounds like you have supplies. What specific supplies do you need from me?
Would I just kind of know that? Like,
Yeah,
like just like, yeah, like try like food, friggin' medical supplies, food for the horses, probably, like things to travel a convoy for 10 days.
So he says, well, let me level with you, and let me be direct. We're overwhelmed here, since what has happened with El Terrell. It seemingly exploded, as you probably know, and people have been flocking to Camp Omaha in the masses and setting up camps outside of Fort Morning Lord. I am leader of the Dawnbringers, and we are stationed here 24/7. Says you would know that, of course, Belron. But for your sake, Craggle, it is our job to watch this fort and make sure that nobody enters. And we have a very specific job, an important job that we lead here. With everything that's happened to El Terrell, things have been thrown into chaos, and we're already short-supplied. We don't have enough food to go around as it is, as people continue to flock here, and we are forced to ration our foods quite low. So I'm not sure that we have the supplies to be giving for 24 people just passing through on their way to Baldur's Gate. I'm sure you'll find more supplies on the way to Baldur's Gate, but you would be dwindling our stores and putting many more, here hungry. 20 plus odd people that I give you food for right now is 20 plus odd people here at this encampment who won't be able to eat tonight.
And I'll just kind of shrug my shoulders at Belron.
Well, we tried.
I'll turn back to Jen. I do thank you for your time, good sir, and wish you the best in your endeavors. And I'll just kind of walk away.
And he does say, kind of as you're about to walk away, he says, now, I might not be able to give you a lot more supplies, but we do have rations, and I hate to see you go hungry today. If you plan to leave tomorrow or rest here overnight, you are certainly welcome to the normal amount of rations for the day from Agatha over there if you'd like to speak with her. I just can't offer you extra supplies at this time.
Certainly, I do understand, and thank you for the aid you did provide.
All right.
I'll go ahead and approach Agatha. Excuse me, madam.
She looks and she says, yes, what is your name?
I don't need anything, but my name's Crackle. We're envoys on behalf of a convoy that's passing through, and the commander over there gave us access to some of your supplies. I hate to try to have a whole crew of a convoy coming through this camp all at once, so perhaps you could bring some of your supplies out to us.
Well, I'm quite in charge of watching over these supplies, and not all of these are the commander's supplies. Some of them are my own, and my own special wares that I sell myself. So I cannot leave this location, as I need to watch over these, especially during such times. Make sure that everybody gets their proper share. If your comrades or whoever you speak of need to come and grab their daily ration, they're more than welcome to come in and speak with me, and I'll be happy to hand it out to them. Unless, of course, you'd like to purchase additional wares.
I'll just eye over what she's got, like, laying out.
Yeah, and I'll give you a quick list. So this is what you see. As so you see these. This is basically a list of what she has for sale. As you go over what she has and the prices of each.
Okay, yeah, so nothing that's particularly interesting to me right now. I'm good, thanks, but there'll be many people coming through here soon enough.
All right.
And I'll follow Belron.
DM, would I know if anybody back at camp other than my two friendly fighter party members would be able to wield chainmail armor?
You would imagine that Wellum and Gordrick would be able to do that.
Did I notice if they already had armor?
They do have armor, and I can tell you what they have in a second.
I'm basically debating. I have that extra piece of chainmail. I'm debating whether I should donate it to these guys or donate it to one of our carriage companions for the time being.
Yeah, so Gordrick, you notice, wears leather armor. Wellum has chainmail.
Okay. Maybe I'll give it to Willem. I don't really know these guys. They're a little bit snooty. They did help us out though. Yeah. I'll walk up to the guy and I'll be like, "Oi, Commander," and I'll salute him again. And I'll haul out this chainmail from my man pouch and be like, "Oi, I got this. I wanted to thank you for, donating all you can to our cause. So this is kind of a, not so much, I guess, a donation to us. Call it an exchange. And I hand up that chainmail.
And he says, "Thank you, Belron. I appreciate that. I can always expect this sort of kindness from a fellow Hell Rider. This will definitely be put to good use."
Happy to help. And I'll salute him again. May Tia protect you.
As we get over here, I'll kind of nudge Balron. She's wearing different armor than the rest of them. Perhaps she would aid us in travel.
Who, that blonde-haired lady?
No, the redhead.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, she's wearing Hellrider armor instead of Dawnbringer armor, which I suspect is different.
Yeah, no, I noticed that. I couldn't help but not, to be quite honest.
Yeah, you notice that her armor is different. So it's red and gold are basically the colors that she wears, and you can see that she has a symbol on her of a horse standing in front of a blazing sun, which is very clearly the Hell Rider symbol, which is also what you have, Belron, as well.
I'll look to Craggle. I'll say, do you think we should try and ask her if she'd like to come along? I mean, it's just one more mouth to feed, but I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't kind of have a little thing for her.
Really? And I'll turn to him. Honestly, I was just hoping to figure out why she's here, but
Yeah, I mean, that works too. I mean, whatever you want to do, and I'll just kind of like.
so I'll step forward. Excuse me, I don't mean to bother, and I'll do my traditional bow.
She says, and as she speaks, she's definitely much more lively than Jan was. And she smiles and she says, "Please, bother all you will, handsome."
I'll crack a smile. My name's Craggle. This is my friend Balron. We're part of a convoy that's escaping El Terrell to Baldur's Gate. We're looking for anyone who might be wanting to help.
In what way would you need help?
Well, the road can be dangerous. We do have Rhea Mantelmorn, and I'll look to see if she responds to the name.
It doesn't seem to you like the name
Okay.
means anything to her. She doesn't.
Okay, so we have Rhea Mantelmorn escorting us as well, but, more hands the better, perhaps. What brings you here, if I may ask?
She says, "Well, me and my contingent here, we're on patrol south when the city of El Terrell fell. We are just passing through right now, Fort Morning Lord, on our way to El Terrell to investigate what might have happened to the city, and after that we'll probably continue on farther east to Scornubel and help bolster eastern defenses there if we find nothing."
Well, I'll tell you now, El Terrell is a crater surrounded by refugees and cultists.
Says, "I understand, but I must check anyway and see if there's anything of note that I can find." And you notice, Belron, when you look at this symbol tree that she has on her armor, It indicates what her rank is, and she's a rank of stallion with the Hell Riders, which you know would basically be 2 ranks above you. So you're a hoof, which is the lowest rank, and then above you would be a quarter, and then above quarter is stallion.
Right.
So you notice that she is also like an officer, basically, of the Hell Riders, and it seems that one of the people with her is a quarter, and then 3 more of them are hoofs. So you take it that, you know, this is her contingent, and she is somebody of relative importance.
Right. So she's definitely not going to abandon what she's
Yeah,
doing to come
for
with
sure.
us.
For sure.
She says, she kind of looks at you for a second, and she says, Belron, and she says, your name is Belron, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Belron. Where have I heard that name before?
Oh,
Says you
I'm
wouldn't
nothing.
happen to know a Tigerian, would you?
Do I?
Yes, part of your backstory. So, Tigerian's your father's name.
Oh,
Don't even remember your own dad.
So she asks that question, you know, waiting for a response.
you knew my father.
Yes, that's where I've heard it before. Yes, I did know your father. In fact, he used to be stationed over there. And she points to the fort, to Fort Morning Lord. Your father... And she kind of like looks a little confused and says, did you not know your father well?
Uh, we had a rocky relationship, to say the least, I guess. But he did teach me how to defend myself, if he did anything.
She says, well, I'm sure you must know that your father was commander of Fort Morning Lord before it disappeared.
Vaguely, yeah.
And she says, curious. I'm sorry, Craggle, what was it that you said that you both needed or were asking of me? I seem to have forgotten.
Well, it seems you're quite busy and have your hands full, but we were simply asking around for any help.
See. Well, I could use some help since you're here.
And I'll just kind of raise an eyebrow.
She says, since I've been here in camp, there have been strange sounds and whisperings coming from Fort Morning Lord. We could use someone who is capable and strong, as she kind of looks at you, Craigle, smiles, to investigate what is going on at the fort. Now, Jan, Edelgard, and the rest of the Dawnbringers technically won't allow anyone near the fort. But I think if we don't investigate these strange happenings, the strange sounds that come at night, it could put everybody else here and the rest of the encampments at risk. And that's the last thing that we want. I know that Thavius Krieg outlawed it, but Thavius isn't around anymore. And I think there are new circumstances that have arisen that would warrant us investigating the fort. And then she turns to you, Belron, and says, and I would imagine you would have a keen interest in the fort yourself.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't the least bit curious.
Can I insider?
Yeah, absolutely. Make an insight check. And you can do the same, Belron.
Oh, okay.
Sure. But didn't all the paladins around here like disappear?
She says, yes. She says, well, everybody who was stationed inside of Fort Morning Lord, all of the paladins stationed within Fort Morning Lord just seemingly disappeared overnight 18 years ago, and that is when Thavius Krieg outlawed anyone from entering the fort. So nobody was ever able to figure out what happened, and we weren't allowed to talk about anybody who was stationed inside the fort. So it was outlawed to even speak of those who were stationed inside the fort in order to stop curiosity of people from wanting to enter.
Would that not be going against Thavius's wishes?
She smiles and she says, it would, but Thavius is not around. And currently, and she pauses for a second, I am the highest ranking Hell Rider that I know of that is still alive. She says, and I'm sure that Thavius would reconsider the law that he made if he was aware of this situation. So if you're worried about rank and file, you have my permission. And just
alright.
To talk about insight rolls, Craigle, you don't garner anything different from her. Belron, you're listening to her, and she hasn't really given you, the most solid reason why you should go investigate the fort. And you just get this, sense that, there's some sort of ulterior motive maybe that she has that she's not saying why she needs you to investigate the fort. But, you're not sure what it is, but it doesn't seem like her argument is very strong, especially from a fellow Hell Rider.
Right. I'll ask her did you know anybody that was stationed here?
She pauses for a second, and she stops smiling, and she says, yes. She says, my sister was stationed at the fort, second in command to your father. And she disappeared along with the rest of the garrison.
I'm sorry.
She says, well, it is what it is, and but in investigating the fort and, helping out the rest of everybody here in these encampments, maybe you can solve another mystery at the same time.
You mean the mystery of these missing people?
Yes? Mystery of these missing people? Your father?
I'm not very good at mysteries, but I do want to find out what's going on, so I need to get my other smart friends, if that's all right.
Of course, I wouldn't expect you to go alone. And she smiles.
Perfect. Right, well, Scaly Man. We should probably get back to our friends, I think.
So, since you probably look at Craggle at this point, you'd actually see him almost like excitedly like itching his chin and looking to the ground, and he'll snap out of it and be like, "Oh, yeah, no, we should definitely ask them." And I'm gonna give a wink. Did I ever get your name?
I don't believe you did, Craggle. My name is Katja Sturms, and I will type that in chat.
Cool. Yeah, I'll give Katja a wink, and thank you for your time. I'm sure we'll meet again. And I'll turn around, and almost like you don't see a whole lot of emotion out of Craggle Belron, but this is one of the few times you'll see him almost like giddy, like excited.
All right.
All right, Mr. Detective.
We'll head back to the convoy.
Sounds good. We'll just use this map for right now.
Yeah.
As you guys head back to the group.
I'll approach Vasha Hall.
So Vasha actually isn't around.
Oh.
And you noted when you guys headed off. She actually headed off with Dara and Gorin towards another encampment that was nearby.
All right, so then I'll just kind of take like a little bit of a central and call out, "All right, gather around, everyone." And I mean like the whole camp. Well, but I'm going to assume that they're there.
Yep, they are.
Okay, yeah, so Fort Morning Lord is pretty short on supplies. They can't send us off with anything, but all of you are allowed in and to get your share of rations for the day.
Anything about fighting? Anybody over there needed a little bit of stabbing or no?
Please no war.
I have a feeling this is why you weren't one of the people around for.
And Billiam speaks up and says, "Oh, that's great! So we get rations and we get to eat and we don't have to use our own food? Wow, you did great, Craggle. You're just fantastic. What a swell guy."
You only get your rations if you don't talk.
And he says, "Oop, this game again."
Stop being mean to Pal.
No.
And
Asked and answered, I guess.
Ippin speaks up and says, "Yes, well, you know, I suppose we should all gather in an orderly fashion and line up to head up into camp, and we can go grab our rations then."
I'm gonna telepathically message Rhea that would I know that it's high? She's a high ranking. Maybe I don't know, like she's a stallion or whatever, or where that is. But would I recognize her as high ranking just by her armor and stuff?
No, I would say that. Well, you know what? Give me an insight check. Give me an insight check on that.
Oh, damn it. So no, she's just in shiny armor.
Yeah, she's in shiny armor. Like, you don't recognize anything about that, and you certainly don't recognize the symbol or the heraldry
Right.
that she has. So
Okay.
unless Balron specifically said something to you, you wouldn't know.
And I think I would have just excitedly walked back without talking to Belron. So I'll just message to Rhea that there's another Hell Rider inside of the gates. You may do well to speak with her for more information.
And you say that telepathically.
Yeah, telepathically to Rhea.
And she says, back to you telepathically. "Thank you. I'll make sure to do so."
And then I will wait for like the general crowd to pass to talk to the party.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well,
And go ahead, War.
No, I can wait.
Okay, I was just going to say that the rest of the group kind of lines up, almost like, you know, kindergarten style at Ippin's request to head on into the camp. You notice specifically that Hasterine kind of stays back. She's not very interested in heading into town, and she kind of pulls out some small berries and starts nibbling on those. But everyone else pretty much forms a line and then heads off.
And they all go marching down. All right, cool. So to the party, you guys can certainly get your share of rations as you see fit, but we had a conversation with a Hell Rider in there. She asked us to investigate the castle, and I'll point to Fort Morning Lord.
You mean the one that's been
Investigate.
sealed because people disappeared 18 years ago, yeah?
That's the one.
Ward's eyes just light up, and she almost starts doing a little like happy pee-pee dance, like, "Oh my god, we're gonna go stab some shit."
Well,
Balrog,
for all
you're
we
okay
know,
with
it's
this?
empty.
So ready.
Balron, you're okay with this? Like, it was your leader who shut it down.
I mean, yeah, like kinda. I'm gonna be honest. I'm having a bit of a moral dilemma, but my father was stationed there, and he might have been among one of the ones that disappeared. So, if I can find anything out, well, talk to higher ups, I guess.
To Balrog, I'll actually kind of, she made a great point. We don't even know if Thavius Krieg is still alive, and she could very well be your highest ranking commander.
You could be right, mate. I hope not, kinda, but part of me also kinda hopes so. Is that bad?
No, it's not bad, and I'll just kind of smile at him. I'll also turn to Honed and Neil. What do you guys think? Anything?
So the 6 of us, we're going to be going into this fort that's been locked down for, well, the past 20 years, if not longer.
And before that, it was reported empty.
So it may be empty, or it may not be. Yeah, hell, I'm down with it. Let's do this.
Can we go anywhere but the haunted castle? Anywhere? Anywhere at all?
Haunted is a leap, don't you think? It could just be empty.
People disappearing? I don't like the sounds of that, man. I really don't.
Ward's gonna elbow Neil. Haunted castle.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna give
Can't
War a
say no
thumbs
to the
up.
commander.
All right then. Once we report back in and get our rations, we'll let them know that we're down for the job. You guys can do as you please.
Yeah, I'm going to head off and get rations and come back to the convoy.
Okay, sounds good. So, I mean, you head back and you see the rest of the group also in the encampment grabbing their rations. Is your intent basically to go in, grab your rations, and just come back, really, without interacting with anybody else?
Yeah, more than likely. Maybe talk to Pal. You know how he is.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you do that and you come back just for the sake of not switching back maps again.
Yeah.
Unless anybody specifically wanted to interact with anybody else in the encampment that's outside of kind of the caravan. But, and if so, just let me know. But, you talk to Pal, and Pal's like, "Man, I'm really hungry. I hope they have good food. I could use some salted beef. We don't have any salted beef, that I'm aware of at least. Ippin, do we have salted beef?" And Ippin says, "Yes, Pal. It's actually kind of a staple of what we have." And and he goes, "Oh, is that what was in the stew?" And she goes, "Yes, Pal. That was in our stew." "Oh, well, I stand corrected then. I just really hope that the food is good here, as he's kind of standing in line and, he's shaking his leg with excitement.
Oh, pal, I'm sure the food's going to be fantastic. A lot better than what we've been eating.
And everybody kind of goes up in line, and Agatha, the woman that was there at the cart, hands everybody basically a handful of half a piece of bread, a couple strips of salted salmon, and that's pretty much it. All you get is a little handful, and then she goes next person to next person, and Pal gets his handful as he goes up and says, "Oh, can I have a little bit more? Maybe another piece of bread, if you don't mind?" And Agatha says, "No, this is the daily ration, and you're going to have to accept that. You can come back tomorrow for more. Unless you would like to buy extra supplies from my personal wares." He says, "Well, I don't really have any money. Otherwise I probably would, but alright, I guess I can settle for this for now. Thank you. You're mighty kind." And he will, kind of move away back towards the caravan, slightly disappointed, obviously.
Would I be able to buy some of her extra rations and share it with Pal?
Yeah, so I'll show you this again, which is basically what she has extra for sale.
So what, nine chickens for 1 silver piece?
So each chicken, 1 silver piece.
Oh, okay, she's got 9 chickens and each
Yeah.
one's... Can I just get like a chicken?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll buy a chicken from her and we'll go back to the caravan and cook it up.
All right. So you get a chicken from her, and you give her a silver piece, and she says, "Thank you very much," and she hands you a chicken. There's a little cage over in that section of the camp that has some farm animals in it, and she goes over to one, she grabs out a chicken and hands it to you. And now you have this chicken that you're kind of holding by the scruff of the neck. It's a live chicken.
Okay, I'll just take it back with me to the caravan and dispatch it and clean it up for eating.
Okay, sounds good. And the whole way back to the caravan, the chicken's going. You're basically holding it, running through the
Pitch
camp.
perfect chicken.
And everybody's kind of staring at you, and you make it back to the camp, and Pal sees you coming into camp with this chicken. Says, "Oh, that's really awesome. You got a chicken? Are you gonna keep that as a pet?"
No, Pal, I'm gonna dispatch it, get it all cleaned up, and gonna cook it up with whatever rations I can scrounge up from everybody else, and have another stew, but with chicken instead of what we've been having before.
And he goes, "You're going to dispatch it? You're gonna kill it?"
Well, yeah, that's how you eat a chicken, isn't it?
All right, I suppose that's okay. And you see him he looks a little sad that you're gonna kill this chicken.
Or do you want to keep him as a pet, Pal?
And his eyes get really wide again. He says, I've never had a pet before. I can call him Larry the chicken, and I would love him very much. Would you really let me have him as a pet?
Pal, do we have the supplies for you to keep him as a pet?
Yeah, I can feed him some of my food, and I will love him and hold him and squeeze him, and he will live a wonderful life, Larry, with me.
Yeah, it's fine, pal. He can be your pet, and I'll hand pal the chicken.
And you hand him the chicken, and he goes to grab the chicken, which goes, and he like slips. It slips from his hand, and it falls onto the ground, and it starts like running around like like crazy, and then runs over to one of the carts, and you see. Pal run after the chicken. Good, come back, Larry. Come here. I just want to show you what I got over here. And the chicken's going as it goes, continues on around the cart and off into the trees as like Pal chases this chicken into the trees.
I'll shake my head and just say, "Oh, pal."
If you don't mind, War would like to do something.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
So War would like to go ahead and mosey from the wagons into the camp. She wants to stop by Agatha's area and talk with Agatha about the remaining chickens. So it says Agatha has 8 left.
Yep.
Agatha, would you be willing to sell the rest of them, including the cage, for 1 gold piece?
She kind of thinks for a second. Yes. I think I could do that possibly. Roll me a persuasion check, War.
At disadvantage, right?
No, you can. Well, yes, because you're exhausted. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, so a disadvantage.
I just imagine War breathing heavily, like, would you be willing to sell?
So a 6.
So a 6. Okay, that didn't come through on the tabletop, but I believe you.
Oh.
So.
Well, it was a 17 and a 6, and it said for Q, so you get the 6. I can snapshot it real quick. Just. Play.
Yeah, it's all good if it doesn't come through. We can just move on with the 6, but
I see it on my end. Just by the way, yeah.
Really?
I see it in D&D Beyond. I don't see it on Foundry.
Yeah, not Foundry, but D&D
yeah.
Beyond.
Foundry.
Oh yeah.
It could be because if you didn't click your character before you rolled, it wouldn't
go
through. But she says, if you could throw in 2 extra silver pieces, I think we have a deal.
Well, if you want those 2 extra silver, you need to confirm that these are all chickens and not roosters, because you just sold my friend a rooster, and you told him it was a chicken.
And she kind of raised her eyes and she says, well, I'm not sure how to confirm that these are chickens besides, you looking at them, and you look at the cage, and they certainly look like chickens.
Do they lay eggs or no? That's the big question. Because they're worth keeping alive if they lay eggs. They're only for eating if they're roosters.
They absolutely lay eggs, she tells you. You don't see any eggs in the cage.
Insight check.
Oh my. Okay, yeah. So, a disadvantage insight check.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Go for it.
I would also probably roll an insight check.
You're not there. Well, unless you're there.
We're all at the camp.
I mean, yeah. She tells you they're chickens, and you have no reason to think that they're not chickens.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and still buy the chickens, and so it'll be 1 gold plus 2 silver.
Yeah.
All right. So 1 gold piece, 2 silver. Remove. So I bought her chicken to say I'm gonna go do one more thing and just hold on to them, and I'll come back and pick them up on my way out of the camp. So once she's finished her business with Agatha, she wants to look around and see of the people who are there. Does anyone look like they are old and know stories of what happened with the haunted castle, haunted mansion place?
Well, you see quite a few people there in camp. So I'll, share a couple people that you see.
So
So,
specifically, we're just going to look for somebody that she thinks can give her information about how to navigate that place safely and like murder as much as possible. Even though those seem to be two very different opinions or two different goals.
so these are a couple people that really stand out to you. Um, so you have this gentleman that's taking care of the horses, which you imagine maybe he's heard stories of people passing through since he takes care of the horses. You see this older looking turtle, humanoid creature that is hammering on an anvil, creating weapons. So he's definitely older, um, much older, missing some teeth there. And then you, of course, have the Hell Rider that is sitting around in a circle. And Craigle, you did mention that a Hell Rider was the one you described, right? This Hell Rider for everybody when you're talking to them. You can remind me.
Was Rhea? Was I there with? No, I telepathically that to Rhea.
Okay, so you didn't say, like, when you told everybody that somebody, you just said somebody wanted us to check it out. You didn't tell everybody else who.
I probably would have said a Hell Rider.
Okay. So, you heard Craigle mention a Hell Rider wanted you to investigate, and here is the only Hell Rider group that you see in camp. So those are a couple people that maybe catch your eye a little bit more. And then, of course, you know that there's a commander in the main tent, Jan, who probably has a lot of information just in general about Fort Morning Lord in the area.
So Ward does not want to go to any of the people who are in command because she doesn't want to accidentally step on toes. So she's going to go to the guy taking care of the horses, and ask him what information can he tell me about the Fort Morning Lord.
All right, sounds good. And he says, yes, what is your name, lass?
My name is War.
War.
Oh.
That is a mighty fine name, a strong name. My name is Rufus.
Well, Rufus, I'm trying to find out. I'm getting ready to go and investigate Fort Morning Lord with my party tomorrow. Any tips or tricks for getting in there safely and clearing it out?
And his eyes kind of get wide for a second, and he says, Fort Morning Lord is off riddance. You're not allowed to go into the fort. It was banned by the High Observer, Thavius Creek, and it is an evil place. I have heard strange sounds coming from there at night.
Why is it evil?
Do you not know the story, lass?
People disappeared. Disappearing isn't evil, just means you got lost.
Does a whole contingent of knights disappear suddenly where you come from? Is that a normal occurrence?
If they're Hellrider Knights.
He seems like a little confused. Hell Riders normally disappear where you come from.
Never mind, sir. I thought you might have some information. How much for a horse?
A horse? Well, these horses are quite rare, especially during this time. The supplies are low. Roll me a persuasion check at disadvantage, War.
Persuasion. Wow. A nat one.
He says, I I'm not sure that I can part with any of these horses. It's quite important that I watch over them in case they are needed by the rest of the Dawnbringers or Order of the Companion members. You never know what comes our way or when a horse might be of need, and I'm just not sure that I can part with them unless I have express permission from Star Edelgard.
We're just kind of snort with irritation and say, well, that's fine, and just kind of turn around and walk off, and say if she couldn't just be satisfied that she could not get information, and stop by Agatha's tent or Agatha's stop and pick up the cage full of chickens and bring it back to the caravan, hoping that they are indeed chickens and not roosters.
Yeah. So yeah, you're able to grab that cage, and what's your strength? Pretty high.
16.
Yeah. So you have no problem carrying that cage back with these 8 chickens, and you bring it back to the camp, and you have a bunch of chickens in a cage.
I'm gonna look for at some point. I'm gonna look for Pal and see if he ever caught his chicken.
So you don't see Pal at the camp anywhere, but you do kind of faintly in the distance hear.
So yeah, at that point, I'm gonna set my cage of chickens next to the cart or the wagon that Igvis and I are using, and I see if there's anyone that can watch over them while I go check on home or not home, check on Pal and his chicken, go help him track the chicken.
Okay. So you put your cage down and you trek off into the woods in search of Pal. So you you are able to follow the sounds of the chicken, and you eventually hear Pal's voice going, "Come on, Larry! Come on, just come back to me. I promise I'll be a good dad. I'm a really good dad. I feed you and care for you. Just calm down a little bit, Larry." And you come across Pal trying to chase this chicken, and he's clearly having trouble, and he cannot catch this chicken.
I'm just gonna attempt to I'm gonna go around the chicken so that I'm on the other side of the chicken between the camp, and just kind of maneuver kind of how you would like a herding dog. Try and press the chicken back into camp so that other people can help catch the chicken.
Okay, sounds good. So you do you do that. So Pal will go ahead and roll with advantage on his check to capture this chicken. So I'll roll that here in the chat. He has a flat +0. And he fails miserably as he kind of waits and says, "I'm gonna get you now, Larry!" And he jumps, and the chicken just runs out of the way, and he goes face first into the mud, and his face is just full of mud right now. And he slowly gets up and spits it out. He says, "Well, I almost had it there."
I'll just keep pushing the chicken back to camp so we can get more people to help you catch it.
And, eventually with your help and kind of a couple other people joining in,
I wanted to run in animal handling to try and help too. So.
Okay. Oh, that's perfect. So actually, Igvis, as they're kind of corralling everybody, you go over to the chicken, and you're just a chicken whisperer, apparently. And you're able to guide this chicken back into camp and manage to grab it in the proper way that the chicken just kind of stops and feels pretty calm in your grasp.
So I'll hold him and I'll just be like, "Hey, Belle, I'm gonna put Larry with the other chickens for now while we're gone, okay?" And I'll place him into the cage that War had with all the other ones.
Yeah. So you do that, and Pal says, "Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, Igvis. Whew, am I beat? I need to still figure out, though, how I'm gonna give him a home, and I gotta give him a place to sleep, and I gotta figure out what he likes to eat, and yeah, I think that's a good idea. Put him in the cage for now until I can build him a home."
We're
Will
just
do.
gonna. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll just say, will do, and let's put him down.
Okay.
War wants to make sure to talk to Ippen very briefly and just ask her if she can make like a little necklace or collar of some sort to put on Larry, so that way we know which one is Larry out of the other 8 chickens that are now in there with him.
Yeah, you go to Ippum, and Ippin is able to gather some supplies, little pieces of blue string, and she kind of ties it together and puts it on Larry the chicken.
And I make sure to hold up Larry and say, "Pal, this one is Larry. So just remember, the blue string is Larry."
Oh, that's great, War. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for making that, Ippin. You're just the best, Ippin. Thank you so much. And then he goes over to Hasterine, who's kind of like by herself, kind of in thought, and roll me an insight, anybody.
I was gonna ask if I could, just on the way they were standing.
Yeah.
Fuck! I'm getting messed up by these rolls.
Just to be clear, the exhaustion will go away with a long rest, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm tired of rolling a disadvantage.
Yeah, don't sleep in your armor.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the lesson has been learned.
Looks like you rolled twice there, Honed. Are you
he
also?
has he.
He's also exhausted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
all-
exhausted.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, Igvis. It's /W is right. It's
Yeah,
slash
and then his
Slash
real
W
name.
space
Real
then my name, and then
Yeah.
space and then your message.
Okay. Um. So,
Oh boy.
Hal just ran over to him.
so, so you guys just all see Pal like kind of go over to Hasterine. What is everybody else doing?
So I was hoping to RP with Hastering
So was I, yeah.
while everyone was kind of essentially after I said you're free to do as you want. So like as they were walking back to camp, kind of idea.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, at this point, Hasterine would have been alone. So what did you want to say?
And was that Neil that also wanted to approach Hastering, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil can be there with me, I guess.
And based on what you whispered, real quick, I'm just gonna poke War and just be like, "You're gonna want to watch this."
Well, you guys are walking back to the camp. But okay, I'll approach Hastering. Why haven't you joined the others?
Not very hungry. Am I? Berries will suffice for now.
And then noticing Neil walk up behind me, I'll kind of wait for him to say what he wants to say.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to know where you found those berries. I'm not too familiar with the place, and it'd be good to know the local flora around here. If you could point some out to me next time.
These berries I've had for quite a while. They do kind of make me smile. From a land far away, I do not believe they grow here. Though, maybe you could look around somewhere near.
I see. I'm pretty familiar with forest, but I didn't look familiar to me. That makes sense. I believe you said you were from the Feywild.
Yes, from the Feywild is where I come from. You know of this place?
I've heard rumors and such. Not much more than that.
Can I insight check Neil?
uh, sure. Go ahead. Give me. I mean,
So-
Neil, are you lying?
I know. I'm telling
Yeah.
the truth.
Yeah,
Telling the
so-
truth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
Cool.
you don't. You don't notice anything.
It
deceitful, he
begins.
says.
It begins.
So yeah, Neil doesn't know anything about the Feywild out of character. It's like,
Okay,
all.
cool. Yeah.
well, that's all I wanted to ask. So you're good to go.
And again, she just stares at you and doesn't really blink as she talks.
Oh, well, thanks. I'm gonna walk off. I'm gonna whisper to War like, man, she creeps me out.
So, with my insight of 6 on Hestering just standing there, or Hesterin just standing there, would I at least glean that they're clearly not cool with this place? Or, because that's what I noticed immediately, is them separating and not wanting to go to camp, and that's like, now I'm hearing about whispers in this Fort Morning Lord, so like, I feel like I could make the connection that they know something. But if you're gonna not grant me because I got a 6, then I totally understand.
Yeah, no, I would say that you don't pick up on anything.
Okay, well then I probably wouldn't even walk over,
Ooh,
honestly.
I didn't roll my insight for that. I'm sorry. I thought I did. Okay. There we
You
go.
get the DM too.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. And so then, given that that is his perception, then he wouldn't even walk over. He probably wouldn't even notice that they
Well,
separated.
I still wanted to ask about the berries
No,
regardless.
you did. I'm saying Craggle didn't. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so just again, that insight, Neil, is specifically for what?
When for the last thing, sorry, I was totally on the phone to my little sister.
Yeah, the thing we all incited, which was Hesterin standing over there
Pal
when
alone
Pal
while everyone's-
approached.
Everyone was leaving.
Yeah, so I will just copy this to you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So then I would probably just go to camp and get my rations and ignore the fuckabaloo that they were doing with the chickens, and come back to camp and come back to the convoy.
Okay, sounds good.
Keep that in mind when you want eggs for breakfast, dude.
Hey, you didn't hear me say anything.
And Pal and Asterine seem to talk for a moment, and well, really, Pal seems to talk for a moment, and then he kind of, seems a little disappointed, and then moves away. And for those of you maybe watching this conversation, I think for the sake of time, I'll post a little something in the Discord play-by-post chat.
Yeah, I'll just go up to him afterward and be like, "It's okay, man. Everybody strikes out," and then I'll walk away.
All right. Anything else? Everybody kind of went in. They got their rations. We have some chickens. Pal has a new pet. Is there anything anybody else wanted to do?
I don't think so.
I think I'm good.
I think I'm ready for this fort exploration.
I'm ready for the Scooby-Doo adventure.
All right. So, what is your plan as a group? Is your plan to just waltz right over to the fort?
I
what-
guess I would lead the party back to Katja when we were ready to begin, I guess.
Okay. So instead of, I guess for right now we can put that map up, and I will put everybody on that map, and we'll just kind of sit there on this one. So,
As we're approaching the fort, I'm going to nudge War on your best behavior for this one.
But before we strike out, War's going to make sure to ask. I think it's Goran who has Clyde. Ask Goran to watch over the chickens while she's out murdering people.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
all right. So you come back to camp, and the two guards give you a little bit of a nod as you come through.
And I'll just lead everybody to Katja and then stand in front of her, waiting for her to notice us.
She says, she looks up and she smiles and she says, hello, Craggle.
You've caught the interest of our group. We're willing to help you any way we can. We would need more information, of course. How do we approach? How do we get in? How do we get out? What are we looking for?
She says, well, I imagine that you would start with the entrance to the fort. It's been 18 years since anybody has really gotten close to the fort. To be
I
quite
understand
honest,
it's sealed.
yes, to be quite honest, I'm not sure where else to start. I mean, that would be part of the investigation work, wouldn't it? That's why we need smart individuals like yourself, and she winks at you, in order to figure out what happened and how to get inside. I assume you are quite intelligent. You do look the part.
Bold of you, but I appreciate it.
Insight.
These forts often have secret entrances. You really can offer nothing?
No. I cannot. Fort Morning Lord was well sealed off as far as I am aware. My sister did not necessarily divulge to me much about her station at the fort itself. And anytime I visited, I would visit through the main gates. As you come up on the fort, there is a tower to the right of the main gate, and those who were inside would use a mechanism inside that tower in order to raise and open the front door. And then there was a second portcullis that would also be raised from that same tower to enter the gate. Obviously, with nobody on the tower, I assume there would be nobody to raise the gate, and you would be forced to find another way in.
Well, a wall isn't too much trouble, and I'll give a side eye to Igvis. Do you know anything other than the story we've been told a million times already?
She says, no, I do not. Unfortunately, if I did, well, she smiles, I suppose I wouldn't really need your help, would I?
I'll kind of give a... Igvis recognizes it as the sarcastic smile back. No, I suppose not. Igvis got a 22 on his insight.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if she genuinely is flirting with him or if she's just like
Oh, yeah, she's
trying
absolutely...
to be deceitful in that.
She is absolutely genuinely flirting with him.
She's enamored with me, can't you tell?
I thought she might have just been building smoke.
I mean, and with that insight, I mean, you don't think it's just Craggle, you know what I mean? Like, she's just a very flirtatious person. It's just part of her personality and who she is, and you can tell that she probably gets what she wants a lot because of it.
I might nudge War again and be like, hey, this one.
Redhead's not my thing.
Okay.
Well, then, is there a time we should be expected back? Can we expect any kind of rescue or aid? Can I reach you from inside the castle at all?
She says, I wouldn't expect any sort of aid, anybody coming to your aid. As for when we should expect you back, well, hopefully soon, and all in one piece.
I'll turn to Igvis. No support as usual.
Did you
Anybody
really
else have any
expect
questions?
Anything else?
Does anybody else have any questions?
Are you saying you're not even coming in to look for your own sister?
She says, no, it is not my plan to go to the fort with you. I have other business to attend to.
I'll ask Katja, hey, do you have anything we could take with us? Maybe a couple of supplies, like some potions, for example, in case we get injured?
Give me a persuasion check.
Can I
Why am I
assist
the
him?
one doing that?
Can I assist him with that?
Sure.
So am I rolling with advantage, or am I just rolling persuasion?
I'll leave it up to you. Do you want Manny Igvis to roll with advantage, Craggle, or do you want to roll separately, and you can each roll your own?
You should definitely roll separately.
I have a +5.
You should
What do
definitely
have?
roll separately.
Okay,
I would prefer to give him advantage, but I'm the one who asks. So, roll.
Yeah, so you can each roll.
I've been
your
fucked by these rolls.
This is better than mine.
Yeah, so Igvis asks that question, and Craggle, you chime in as well, and
Good point.
and Katja says, "I could spare some supplies, of course. Here," and she will rummage through her supplies, and she will give you 3 potions of healing.
Okay.
Honed, Bell Run, and
War,
maybe Neil should
probably.
each take one.
War, are you a melee fighter or are you a ranged fighter?
Melee.
Okay,
I
War.
already gave War one. She has a healing
Oh,
potion.
War has hers for 24 hours, that's right.
Mhm.
Did I hear my name for potion?
I think Belron, Honed, and Neil should all take one. I have my own, and War has her own at the moment. The other one
Yeah.
who won't would be
All right.
Craggle.
Yeah, no, but that was a fluke, okay?
All right.
He came out of the woods, he surprised me.
War wants to ask Katja if she has anything that can remove exhaustion, because it's going to make it much harder to investigate if she's exhausted.
She says, "Unfortunately, not. Not except for rest, and there are quite a few tents here that I could spare if you needed an elongated rest and
What time is it?
comfortable quarters. It's midday."
Damn it.
Do
At
we want to
that
go to the
point-
haunted house at night?
Well, we could go in at night, I'm just saying.
I think
At
Neil
that
will cry.
moment- War is going to literally flick the helmet. I assume that looks like plate mail, right? That the guards have that are
Yes.
around her.
Yeah.
Yeah, War's going to flick the helmet to make it ring as loudly as possible and then walk off.
War!
Wait,
Yeah, I didn't
say that
yeah.
again because I missed that slightly. You're gonna flip the helmet to what?
So War is, you know how when you put your pointer on your thumb, I'm going to flick the helmet as hard as possible so it rings really, really loud and then walk off. But she's irritated that she's going to go in with exhaustion.
Well, we
Okay.
may not.
It sounds like the equivalent of like slamming your Razer phone shut, but in the opposite.
Yeah. So you flick the plate helmet of the one Hell Rider next to you, and just kind of like turns to you and turns to Katja, and she chuckles. Says, "Well, you're a feisty one, aren't you? I like him that way."
You should keep making googly eyes at Craggle.
And I'm looking at you, War. Come on, man. I specifically asked, just this one time.
Dude, I'm not shanking anybody. I've kept all of my weapon sheath. At this point, I am behaving.
Is that if that's your best behavior, I'll definitely take note of it.
Everything's relative, Craggle. It's backfire to me, but it's good for her.
I'll turn back to Katja. We likely will rest before heading out, but I suspect either tonight or tomorrow morning.
Absolutely, whatever you think is best. You are the smart one.
And I'm actually gonna roll my eyes this time. Yeah. Okay.
We're just gonna keep yelling "googly eyes" as she walks off.
And she chuckles.
Okay, so yeah, no, I vote we let War get her long rest. We can all take a long rest and head probably in the evening. We could do absolutely fuck all until the morning, but the convoy has to wait for us.
Yeah, do we want to let them know that we're going to be out for a while, so they'll have to set up their own watches, probably?
To be honest, I don't know if Rhea would be too happy about this.
You don't have to tell her what we're doing, just that we have something to do.
She's not the type to not ask questions. I could handle telling Vasha Hall, but she's gonna tell Rhea once Rhea starts asking questions, so... Us not being there, I think, would trigger enough for them to make their own watches.
Are they not camped up with the middle camp there? With the other camps around them?
I'm not sure where they are. And that's the other thing.
The rest of the caravan, you're asking?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's the other thing, Ignis, is they're not like alone. They're in like a bunch of camps.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of the caravan, is back at where the carts are at the moment. The only ones who are currently missing are Dara, Gorin, Clyde, and Vasha.
Okay. They'll do their thing. If you say
Great.
so. We're infiltrating at night, it seems.
I think that's the best course of action, but I'm open to everyone's opinion. Including you,
look a little
Balron.
tired too, so it makes sense.
And then I'll turn, including you, Balron.
Oh, what? Are we taking a rest first?
Well, that's what we're discussing. I vote we rest, let War take a bit of a break, and we head out tonight.
I could use the rest too. Get rid of that exhaustion.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
and
wrong,
owned as
exhausted
well.
as well.
Any different opinions, Belron?
Nope.
Okay. So yeah, let's do that. Neil, actually, sorry. Neil, do you have any opinions?
Nope. All you guys.
Okay. We will take a long rest around camp.
Okay. Sounds good. So you go back to the caravan here, and you take a long rest, which is 8 hours. So it's about midday. So between 8 and 9 p.m. is what time it ends up being by the time you finish your long rest. And at this point, when you wake up from that long rest, Vasha and crew have returned.
I'll approach Vasha.
All right.
Vasha, we plan on heading out for the evening. I don't imagine you'll need too much help with all the camps around, but if you want to arrange watches, we won't be here.
She says, I will do. Thanks, Craggle. Where are you headed at such a late hour?
I'd be happy to tell you on a small condition. I'd rather you didn't tell Rhea.
And she kind of perks an eyebrow. She says, Very well, I can be discreet.
We are assisting another Hell Rider with investigating noises in the fort.
She says, "Oh," and she pauses for a second. You're aware of the history of the fort, yes?
Only vaguely what the bedtime stories tell of it, but I must say I'm intrigued.
She says, "And how long do you think it will take for you to investigate the fort? We plan to leave at dawn."
We'll be back by dawn.
She nods and says, "Very well."
And I will cuddle the crew as we get ready to head out. And thank her. I'll say thank you, give my bow, and start walking off.
All right. And you see her kind of head off, and she goes to talk to Wellum and Godric, and she's clearly, organizing watch, and she talks to Rhea as well, asking Rhea to take a watch and such.
Are we ready to head out, everybody?
I do have one quick question. Who here doesn't have dark vision?
Me.
Ah. Anybody else?
Oh, you know what? I'll request torches from Ippin.
Yeah, I was gonna say we might want some light for people who can't see in the dark.
Yeah, so you go up to Ippin
Everybody
and you
has-
request some torches, and
Yeah.
Ippin
Everybody
says,
has a McCraggle.
says
I was gonna ask
how
if
many
we-
torches did you need?
So who doesn't have dark vision?
You.
Just you.
Just me.
Yeah.
So like 3 to 5?
She says, "All right then." And she kind of rummages through the supplies, and you see her grab, like a piece of parchment, and she hurriedly, just kind of marks off a couple of torches on there, reducing the count of the supplies, and hands them to you.
How many?
You asked for 5.
3 to 5, but yeah.
She'll hand you 5.
Okay, cool. 5 torches. Thank you.
It would have been bad if the smart one couldn't see. And
Oh, thanks. Appreciate you, Bus. Just don't hit your own teammate,
You're next.
I figured.
He's a pretty good shot.
Never seen somebody throw a dart backwards. Impressive.
See, for me, I imagine I was winding it up and you were behind me, and I just stabbed you in the head as I was about to throw.
Tone in that.
No,
Just rub
it's
him
totally
back it.
it's totally canon that you girl throwed it and it just fell behind
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
All right, so you grab your torches, and then I assume you are heading off. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So why don't we? It is 11:17. Let's take a quick 5-10 minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. That way, people
Sounds
can get
good.
up, stretch, get a snack if you need to.
Copy that, boss.
Cool. Be back in 10.
All right, there we go. Back on Twitch. Awesome. Let's go ahead and switch maps. Why don't we? We will load this scene, and I'm going to place you on this map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And why don't we reduce the lighting a little bit on here. Okay. Ba-bum. Okay. Can everybody see the map?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool, 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 cool. So as you um, approach the fort here, I think that's actually a little.
I had
Before
to
before you
read-
narrate. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was dark, so I was gonna light up a torch. If it goes dark, I light up a torch right away.
Yeah, it is going dark. I just thought it was a little too dark, so
Okay.
Why do I have 2 songs playing right now?
The Red Planet and Weirder themes. Weirder
Yeah.
themes.
Is this supposed to be both playing at the same time?
Probably one is ambiance.
Okay. Just wanted
Oh.
to see.
Oh wait, no. He got rid of one.
yeah,
Okay.
I got rid of one. Let's. I think we'll put the darkness kind of there, so it's not too dark.
I can just light a torch. Make
Yeah.
life easy. Okay. Yeah, I light a torch.
All right. Vision mode. Put a light on you. So torch is what, 30?
I think it's
40.
20 bright, 20 dim.
Okay, cool.
Let's check real quick. Torch. 20 light, 20 dim.
Okay, I think the light.
I didn't mean to
for the
move
rest
up that
of
far.
you
My
should-
keyboard was glitching.
No problem. So, cool. So as you approach the fort, so there's a small castle for Morning Lord that overlooks the Cheonthar River, which is a good half-mile wide. At the fort. You can't see the Cheonthar River from where you are because it's dark out, but you saw it during the day. A gatehouse and keep stand atop a low bluff, but the walls are kind of built to the water's edge if you were to go around the side of the fort. The keep is pretty old and worn, and a blue banner torn blue banner kind of waves on top of the fort. As you approach the front gate, which is where you are on the map right now, it is currently closed. It is a stone door. And the walls of the keep are approximately 15 feet high on the outside, and you can see kind of with your vision, those of you who have dark vision, that there's there's the big keep tower, and then along the side you would have the walls, and on top of the walls where somebody could walk along. When you look at the stone door, as you get close, it's actually very peculiar, and I'm going to share an image. This is what you see on the stone door. And make me, as you walk up to this door, an intelligence, investigation, religion, or arcana, or any combination of those if you want to roll multiple.
Cool.
Hey.
Ooh. Oof.
Okay, the only one that's worth is my Arcana, which I got a 22.
Okay, so we will start with kind of the investigation checks here. So we got War got a 19. Okay, so War, nobody else really notices this, but as you're looking at this door, it's very clear that there are two distinct texts on the doorway. Um, and you recognize the languages. You don't speak them necessarily, but you recognize the languages as infernal on the door itself, on the left door, and then above the archway is celestial. You also recognize that the infernal text that's on the doorway, on the left door, is not original to the doorway. It seems to have been carved much later.
War is gonna step aside and push Belron forward and be like, "Dude, read."
Yeah, I can read Infernal.
Yeah, so I'm gonna share something with you separately, Belron. Well, would you just read out what it says, Belron?
Yeah, and very slowly because I have a bit of trouble.
Yeah. So you would read out this is basically what you translate that text on the door to say. So on the right side, it looks like there are letters. They're infernal letters, and on the left side of the door is this saying.
To know the name of a god, man must first be judged by the Lord of all. So says the man. Lord of all, judge my vow. The Lord of all judges the vow pure, but the name of a god is unknown. And do I recognize the letters on the right as well? They're also infernal?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess it's kind of like a word scramble. So if we kind of like mix the letters around, can we move them?
Yeah, let me just.
Well, you said that the name of the god is unknown, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's an
Well,
anagram for
using the
unknown.
center there. Do we just have to connect the lines to spell unknown?
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Touch them in the order of unknown.
And Craggle, as you kind of look at the door and you recognize that the symbols on the right side of the door seem to kind of be connected to pressure plates. But you also get a hint of some lingering magic here. And you kind of deduce that on the right side of the door, it seems to be guarded, this whole door, by a glyph of warding, which would trigger, you think, if you pressed those pressure plates in the incorrect order.
And I'm going to hold my hand up to wait.
I stop. What's the deal, boss?
There's magic on this door. I think I probably want to narrate Hone's religion check. Or Belron's religion check, if that's okay.
Yeah, so let's see. Honed got a 13 religion, and
Belron got E18.
Belron got an 18. So, I
On
mean,
religion.
both of you, Belron and Hone, you recognize the writing above the doorway that's in Celestial. Um, you recognize it as it seems to be a celestial prayer to Lathander, who's also known as the Morning Lord. And it's a popular prayer amongst Dawnbringers, the Dawnbringers. Do either of you speak Celestial?
No, I don't.
So, does anybody speak Celestial, I should ask? Okay.
I do not.
So, I mean,
Nope.
you don't know what it says, but you recognize the text. You've seen those symbols before, kind of in that order, and you know that it's some sort of prayer to Lathander, used by the Dawnbringers.
Okay, so after telling everyone to wait, there's magic on this door, and this place was sealed. I'm not sure we just want to go around touching things. What we were told, and I'll look up at the highest tower, is that there's a mechanism that opens the gate up there. And I'll look to Igvis since he can fly.
Hey. Yeah. Who here is light? I'm not going alone.
Not me.
I'm probably the lightest.
Jingle jangle.
Neil?
Yeah, Neil.
Alright, I'm going to hop on my back, Neil, and I'm going to take us both and fly us up to the tower.
All right. Oh boy.
Okay, so you're just trying to fly up to the tower and like over and like land on the top of the tower?
Well, you said there's a mechanism inside, so if there's like a...
Right? That's what we were told
Yeah,
earlier.
That's what you were told.
Yeah, cool.
So I'd like to go maybe into a window, if there's one on the side, something like that.
Yeah, so there's no window. But as you get like towards the top of the tower and you like kind of look over, it doesn't look like there's any kind of just as you're in the air looking over, any kind of hatch on the top of the tower. But on the other side of the tower, inside the fort, you can see. First of all, first thing you notice when you get to the air, fort seems abandoned. You don't see anybody anywhere.
Yep.
But second of all, it seems like there's a doorway on the other side of the wall that goes into that tower.
Like on this side over here, or like on this side over here?
Like on this side, can you see my ping?
Yeah.
On that
Okay.
side of the wall.
Alright, and is there like a... Since I can't really see... I'm just going to move down a little bit just to see the walls. Oh yeah, there's another walkway there, so I'll land on that walkway and see if we can get through that door.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah. So as you and Neil go over to that walkway, as you go to land on that walkway, you are met at the edge of the wall by a force field. And as you hit it, it like shimmers, and then this dark energy crackles out and bolts. Basically, you and Neil just hit you both in the chest. Give me a dex save.
Of course.
Oh no.
So, Neil, you will take half of this. And Igvis, you'll take the full brunt.
Oh, the dex save would have been 2 higher, but it was still a natural 1, so...
So, you take that much damage, 10 necrotic damage, as the black just kind of hits you in the chest, and it actually throws you back 10 feet. And you're holding Neil, Igvis?
They're holding each other.
Give me Neil, give me a a dexterity.
Acrobatics.
An acrobatics, sure. I'll do an acrobatics.
All right.
And Igvis, you give me an athletics check to see if you can kind of hold on to Neil. So that acrobatics is good enough. So Igvis actually loses his grip on you, Neil, but you're able to really quickly like grab a foot of his and like quickly hold on to him in the air so that you don't like fall all the way to the ground. But you guys are both like knocked back by this necrotic energy that deals that damage to you. And then all of a sudden the force field kind of ripples and everything is transparent again. Like you can't see the field.
Do I see this from my torch
So-
vision?
You do not, unless you were around the edge of the castle, I guess, following them to go look.
Alright, let's go talk to him.
No, I would probably just been
Same.
more or less. I kind of wandered north to see the wall, so no.
I'm just gonna come back and be like, "It's the boss." Oh God.
What
You
the
have
hell
to
happened
solve-
to you?
You have to solve the puzzle, boss.
Okay, well, good luck. I mean,
War wants
this
to
whole
take out.
hold on, this whole place was sealed. It's not entirely surprising. And can you heal?
So, sealed is a weird word, and I'll explain, like, as soon as I try to even approach the wall, shocking and all that. Basically exactly what happened.
War wants to take out her glaive so that she can stay 10 feet back from the door and then press the buttons, the letters in the order of unknown.
I'll
to
just
try and
shrug
keep
and
us-
shake my head.
To try
And
and
I'll
keep a
take
safe distance, but let us in.
Neil's
Okay.
going as far back as possible.
Alright, so
Okay, so how are you going to press the buttons to spell it out? Like, which buttons, I guess, are you going to press? Can you describe to me the specific order?
is
I'm
there
gonna
a,
go ahead and use my potion real quick.
is there wow, I'm so sorry. Is it possible to post the picture again so that way I can better describe it? Because I'm not sure how to access stuff you've already shared with us. Yeah. So she's going to take her glaive on the butt side, the dole side, and use it to poke as close to the middle of each of the letters as possible. To basically poke in the letter of the name of unknown.
So there's a couple different ways you can press unknown,
Uh-huh.
because there's 3 N's. So it's UNKNOWN. So those N's could be pressed in a variety
Any
of
given
different
order.
ways.
So she's going to turn back and say, "Do y'all have
So,
any?"
wait, no, and I don't want to just be fucking around with this. We can just like walk the perimeter for a bit, see what we find.
That's why I stopped and I was like, "Let me ask you guys before I start just randomly pressing buttons."
I'm gonna look for any objections, but yeah, I'd rather us take a look around. Okay, and then I'll start walking.
We can look around. I have an idea of how to press the buttons, but we can look around. If we come up with nothing, then we can.
What's your
think of
idea?
ideas. The U, of course, to start. The N on the left side. Then over to the K, the top N, then the O, then the W, then the N.
And
Sort of
why?
like a clock.
You
Just
wanna do it
because, like,
a
the
clock?
pattern of it, sort of.
Sure. No, okay. Does this make a pentagram?
Maybe if I drew it out.
Yeah, no, probably. Anyway, I'm just joking about that. But I mean, we saw Buddy here. We saw Igvis and Neil get zapped. I don't know if we want to just start poking at shit.
So I said, let's go walk around. If we come up with nothing, then we can come up with different ideas on how to push these buttons.
Okay, cool.
I'll go
So,
with Craggle.
I'm
I'll
not
go
touching
north.
the wall.
Anybody else going south?
I'll go south.
All right.
Actually, yeah, you 3 go south. I'll go north.
Yeah, I'll go south with you, War.
cool. And-
DM, I want to ask, would Belron know of the Lord of All, like what that is referring to on the wall?
Give me a knowledge religion check on that specifically.
Ooh.
You don't know who the Lord of All is, but you definitely know, you recognize the Lord of All as another name for a devil of some sort. You know that it is some sort of very powerful devil. You just don't know what else this devil goes by.
Okay. Thank you.
DM, are Honed and I at a tree of some sort?
You are at a cliff that overlooks basically a river continuing on. So there's like down, and it's all in gray for you, by the way,
Yes.
because it's dark
Yep.
vision.
Yep.
But it's overlooking. It goes to like a flat down below, dirt and sand, and then beyond that, uh, you can kind of hear lapping waves.
Is it actually only 5 feet across?
Only 5 feet across.
So,
So
looks,
that's a straight drop off there.
yeah.
That goes down below, and it goes down maybe 35 feet onto kind of the rocky shore below.
I guess from edge to edge, though, it's only 5 feet across. From the map, the scale on map.
Scale of the map. So, like, you're talking about this specifically right there?
Yeah, or like right up next to the wall. Like that square is only 5 foot across.
Yeah.
So in theory, one could jump that.
Yeah, so that's actually, this is a cliff going down. So, like, if you stepped off into this square, you'd fall 35 feet, 8 feet straight down.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was like a river. Like, okay. No. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. So you could possibly climb down it, but it would be a challenge.
Correct.
I have 50 feet of rope we can use to get down.
I can also go around the entire perimeter of this thing, but it's not going to help us a lot.
There might be an entrance somewhere.
I got zapped on the last one. Just a thought.
Well.
So
So when we didn't notice anything in this north area, it was just a wall, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
I don't know, where do you want me to use the rope and we'll go down and keep exploring?
yeah, I was gonna say, Hone, if you don't mind, if because I know I've also got some rope, but whichever rope you want to use, go ahead and lower me down, and I'll keep looking.
Yeah, I'll hold the rope, I guess, and let you down.
DM, do I need to roll anything?
Yeah, give me an athletics check. As long as you
Go on.
don't roll a natural one, you should be fine.
Do you want me to give you one too, since I'm holding the rope?
No, I'm good.
No. So, yeah, there you go. So you're able to easily climb down the rope, War.
All right, Hone, if you hang out. Oh, go ahead.
To Balron, where's the rest of them?
They went around the right side to check it out.
Where's
I'll
yeah,
go
so
check.
we're gonna haul up to Hone. Stay as close as you can to me so I can yell back if I see something.
Okay, I'll just keep walking the edge and watching you.
I want to chat with Igvis and just say, do you know the Lord of All? I recognize it as some
So,
sort of
War,
devil.
really quick, just to stop you.
Yep.
Now, this area, it's gray, so it's hard to tell on the map. But right here, where I just put you, this is the water edge.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sorry,
now
I couldn't
you're on-
tell.
Yeah, because it's all gray for you because of dark vision. But this right here would be the water edge as you get right up to there.
Awesome. Then I would definitely stop and holler back. It looks like we've come up to water, so we can't get around the other side. So War's going to come back and try and
Yeah,
ask
I'll throw
Hone.
down the rope.
War's going to climb back up. You want me to make an athletics check, or?
Yeah, give me an athletics check.
Woo!
Nice.
Yeah, easily you climb up that rope.
Alright, so seeing Craggle, she's like, Hone helped me get down there, but I didn't see any other entrances to get in.
Neither did we. We're going for the door, I guess.
Whose idea was it to the order? Was that you, Honed, or was that Neil?
That was me.
Okay. You want to push the buttons?
No. You got the glaive to do it. You can do it.
War really wants to push the buttons, but doesn't want to take the opportunity from someone else who wants it.
Okay, and you also asked me if I knew about the Lord of All, right, Balron?
Yeah.
I think it's a riddle, right?
I think it's a riddle.
Okay, and you also asked me if I knew about the Lord of All.
Right? I'm not very good at those, though.
I can't imagine I'm much better. Is
Yeah,
there what
this
kind of
dude's an
check do you think I
atheist.
could roll? Yeah, I'm not an atheist. It's not that I don't believe in gods, because clearly they're here. I just hate all of them.
Yeah.
Wait, Ignis or the player?
Ignis.
Okay.
In D&D, they are clearly here, but every
Yeah.
time they get involved, we suffer as a result. So
Well, you know what they say. Gods give the strongest soldiers the toughest battles. As cheesy as it is.
And Ignis, you can give me a religion check if you want.
Bro, I
See
would
if
have given
know
you
anything about the
inspiration for
Lord of
that.
all.
Thank you.
Nope. Perfect. The dice know.
Oh.
The dice fucking know.
Yep. No, you never heard of it.
Damn it.
Yeah, I want to try something.
a
I
good
want to go up
try,
to the. I want to go up to the door. I want to try something.
Okay.
I'm stepping away because I already got zapped.
As Hone walks up, I'm gonna cast Bless on the three of us that are standing closest to the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Lord of all, judge my vow.
Okay. You say that out loud, and doesn't seem like anything changes.
Ah, damn.
All right, y'all ready for some button pushing?
Yeah.
Be careful, please.
Hopefully, it goes off the moment you press a wrong button, and not after you press all of them.
Like, how do you be careful with button pressing?
Just
Ward has tried to behave, but there's literally no way for me to carefully.
you don't have to behave anymore. You just have to be careful.
All right. So War takes out her glaive and again gets the butt end of it ready and stable and jabs the U, and let's go.
So you jab the U from where you are, and the rune glows in a red. The U glows in a red aura. Nothing else happens though.
All right. She looks back at the party and just kind of looks for visual confirmation to keep going.
Bless only lasts for 1 minute. Keep going.
All right. So then she's going to press the N above it.
So you go and
Fingers
you
crossed.
press the N above it, and that glows.
All right. She's going to press the K and hope for the best.
And then the K glows.
And y'all, we're at the 50-50 shots. Which one do y'all want? Left or right?
I think we're going clockwise. Is that what we decided?
That was the only suggestion so far. It makes sense.
All right, so
That's
she's
me.
going to press the N that's next to the K.
And that glows.
Let's
Then
go.
That's the O,
And that glows.
and then the W,
And that glows.
and the last N.
And then that glows. And as they all glow, the lettering on the left as well glows the entire stanza in Infernal. And you hear the rumbling of the two doors as they go.
Well done.
And they open. And as they open, you see on the other side. I'm gonna pause it for a second.
Oh, dear Lord.
So
Make a wisdom saving throw.
you see on the other side, the
Is this hell?
the gates. This portcullis, and the portcullis is currently closed. And you also see Belron step through the entryway to go towards the portcullis right away, and he vanishes the second he crosses the threshold.
Oh, fuck. I'll freeze.
War wants to go back
Balron?
home.
Oh, God. Well, I guess we kind of have to go get him, huh?
What kind of magic is this?
I'm I'm gonna
Maybe
pinch
not
the bridge of my
evaporated.
nose, like, oh shit, here we go.
Oh, do you mind if we use that rope one more time?
You betcha.
So I'm going to recommend that we tie the rope to like a 5 foot, 5 feet from the door on this side of the door that we're currently on, and then walk through.
I'm gonna hold the rope.
So, yeah, at that point, then War's going to grab some rope and go in after Belron.
You're gonna give
Once-
it 3 good tugs when you're ready to come back out?
Yeah, if that's what y'all want to do.
She's got 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You don't.
So
You make cool
go
things
ahead
over
and
there.
move your character, War.
The game is paused.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I did do that.
On the
Okay.
sidewalk move.
I would have also moved closer after the door opens.
And Belron, you're free to move as well.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm just kind of waiting for everybody to show up. I will move up.
And as War steps through the doorway, she disappears, and the rope just seems to hover in midair. But you don't see the rope on the other side of the door.
Do I feel her pulling the rope as she's continuing? Is it moving forward in that motion, or is it literally just sitting still?
At the moment, it's sitting still.
Okay. Well, she's got 5 seconds.
I can't.
Belron, are you going to just keep going in without talking with us? Because we're kind of freaked out. You disappeared.
What do you mean I disappeared?
They can't see you on the other side.
And
And
I
as
turned
you
around,
as you both look back, you can't see them.
and
And
I'm
everyone
just
was
like
floating for-
looking at it, like, what the?
So Ward at this point is going to take some rope, wrap it around Belron, and walk back through the door and
And I'm gonna
jerk
start
him back,
pulling the rope. Yep,
Yeah.
I was gonna call it right there.
and just jerk him back to the other side. And you're like, dude, we need to go back and talk to the party because clearly there's some shit about this door. So Ward's going to go back to the other side.
Yeah, and I'm pulling the rope.
Yes, go ahead and move your character, War, back through the door.
I attempted to, and it didn't want me going back.
I
Instead
also
of-
can't move.
Yeah, instead of... Oh, you can't move your tokens?
They don't want us to go back.
Oh, you know what? 1 second.
It's a one-way door.
It's a one-way map.
Actually dead.
Roll new characters.
No!
I can't wait. I've always wanted to play a wizard.
All right,
sounds
you
like a
should be
pirate.
able to move your tokens now.
Nothing.
2 Belrons.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Kill it. Kill it.
He's multiplying.
It shouldn't be 2 tokens. I deleted one before because it was weird that there were 2 tokens. One of them you should be able to
Oh
move.
god, 2 bell runs.
That is just a glitch for whatever reason.
Or that's one of the things that happens when you walk through the door is some of you get doubled.
Is that the
All
power
right.
of Outriders? Oh boy.
Where the hell did you guys
I
go?
hope so.
It
But-
looks the
wait.
same inside, right, Belron?
Yeah, I mean, it looks the same and feels the same, but when we looked back, it was just. I mean, what did we see? Was it just a wall of blackness? Or...
Yeah, so what you saw when you went in there is it looked the same, except there was this like gray, black, swirling mist. And you noticed that you could see clearly as if it was lit, like the middle of the day, but it was clearly darker and everything was a tone of gray with this like wispy mist kind of permeating everything and undulating everywhere.
Was it 50 Shades of Grey? A very different kind of dungeon
Like
to go
50
into.
Shades of the Shadowfell.
At this point, I'm just gonna again like pinch the bridge of my nose, like holy shit, we're up Shit's Creek without a paddle, boys. I don't know that I can resist going in though.
Yeah,
I ask
War would break
Craigle. Should we go get Rhea? She seems to be
I don't think.
magical. You
I don't know
think
if
so?
Rhea would come in here, but we can try, I suppose.
Well, she seems to be more knowledgeable about stuff like this than what we are.
How long in game would it take for you guys to get Rhea and bring her back?
DM.
I mean, not long. You're not the fort. Outside of the fort are all the encampments along the way, so maybe a 10-minute, 15-minute walk back to like the main camp, and then you're parked just a couple hundred feet outside that main camp, Camp Omaha.
I'm gonna shrug, and if anyone can convince her, it'd be Belron. So either we go in now, or Belron snags Rhea, and hopefully she doesn't try to stop us. Frankly,
It is like 10 o'clock, and she hasn't had her rest, so.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
They're out here with us in the middle of the night.
right? To be fair, she wouldn't be exhausted yet, but
Not yet. Not yet.
but yeah, no, it'd be rude.
Word grabs the rope and just jumps back into the other side. She's like, I'm gonna wait for you guys on the other side of the door. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
now
going
we
in.
have to go get her.
Can't let her go alone.
Like, y'all, I can hang out here while you guys go get Rhea, but I've got the rope in case, y'all need me to come back.
Jesus.
Oh
That
boy,
is so cool.
let me
There's two Neils.
let me get rid of this jumbled mess there. Move the character that you can move real quick, just slightly, because one of them can't be moved, and that's the one I need to delete.
I also don't think my token appeared.
It did. He
it
just
did.
deleted yours. But it was probably the
alright.
duplicate. Oh, no, there you are.
Okay.
I can't see anything.
So we're missing Belron.
Okay,
He's outside though. He didn't come in yet.
So is he gonna go get Rhea or no?
well, okay, wait here.
Oh, he's in here now.
Oh, no, damn it. We made it worse.
Yeah, sorry, I went to the bathroom.
Oh no, it's not supposed to work like that. Oh jeez.
I'm so
Call it an
sorry.
Easter egg. That
I'm
way.
so sorry, DM.
Let me do
Who's that
Yes.
handsome guy?
Ah, I have a token now. Okay.
and let me figure out which one of these. Okay, that has to be deleted. That one has to be deleted. I
I
think
took the-
everybody has one token now.
Yes.
I took the oath of the doppelganger, guys.
And really quick, I'm also gonna do this for a second. You notice Craggle? Torch goes out.
We're losing him. Oh, it's
Yeah.
gone now. Okay. Okay, I'll just put it. Is it reusable at this point, or is it toast?
It is out. It doesn't. I mean, it looks like you could light it.
Okay, but I'm just gonna put it in my bag.
Okay.
Oi, is that torch not lighting in here?
Apparently not. Went off as soon as I went through that door.
And just to confirm, everybody can see the map and move their tokens, right?
It game's paused.
yes.
but-
Here's pause, but yes,
oh well.
I believe so.
Okay.
but
Unpause
yes.
it there.
Hey, Crackle, can you see anything, man? Are you okay?
So far, so good. I'll let you know when that changes.
So,
Alright.
as I mentioned, this this area, it's this black grayish mist that kind of just swirls and permeates everything, and you can kind of see the effect that I have on this map that I put on there, as you kind of see the mist kind of undulating in like black and gray, and everything's just dark and dreary, but well lit. Still, like it's lit enough where you're not limited by your normal vision or your dark vision or anything like that. So Craggle, you notice that you can just see as if it's day.
Right.
And as you look behind you, again, the doors just open, the big stone doors, and you can see a dark gray field beyond. And you notice looking out, you don't see the encampments that were outside as you look on into the distance. Above you is a 15-foot ceiling overhead in this kind of narrow passageway. And it looks like there are chains attached to the portcullis that is on this side. And what was previously closed before, as soon as you step through the doorway and kind of your vision changed, the portcullis is open now as you look in this direction. And it's up. And it looks like there are chains that kind of extend into the ceiling and out of your purview. It also looks like, as you look towards the door that you came from, that the big stone doors can be closed via big chains that attach to the end of the door and go up into the ceiling.
Well, only one way to go now.
We can always leave. We don't have to go in.
Well, we came here for a job.
I'm personally invested in this one, mate.
And Igvis, you had noticed that door when you were flying was over here in this direction. But otherwise, you're free to move.
War yells back to the party that she doesn't see anybody up this way.
I'm gonna
But there's
test
an
this
exit
door.
door.
Okay, it's open.
So,
Oh, I fucked
Craggle,
up.
as you open that door, you notice in that room, and you can kind of see there, there are stalls. So this is an old stable, and it's in pretty bad shape. Most of the roof has caved in, and rotting debris fills the interior. And there are 6 horse stalls that line the back row. And on one of them, you can see what looks to be a horse, but it is flayed of all flesh, and it is just bone. And it just stands there.
I'm gonna close the door
Okay, go ahead and close it for me.
and be like, "Holy fuck!
What's up?
There's a living flayed horse in there."
How can you
Why?
be living and
Oh.
flayed?
Like flayed, like as in no muscle, or is it bone?
It is
It
all
was
bone.
all bone.
Oh, a skeleton horse.
What in the hell?
Was it moving? Is it like a statue or something?
It was not a statue, and I am not opening that door.
It looked like that.
And I'm gonna describe that vividly.
Can we leave?
War wants that horse.
No.
Y'all let Pal have a pet.
Well,
That
I don't
moves
think
like a
that
good-
horse wants you though.
Yeah, no. Okay, so we're not gonna do what I just did and open random doors. And this, I'm gonna.
Or-
I would say, yeah, that's the whole point, right? Is to just start opening doors.
You
No.
point and all open.
No, guys, wait.
We need to investigate.
Well, I wanted to come to this one because this is where the controls were supposed to be.
Yep.
I'm gonna pinch the
Allow
bridge of my
me.
nose and just look at the ground.
So War is definitely going to listen to the door before checking it, and while Igvis is doing his thing.
Yeah,
Okay, can we at least stay grouped up? Honed.
The same here. I kind of want to listen to the door before I open.
Okay. And as you listen to that door, Igvis, give me a perception check, and War, give me a perception check for your door.
Yay!
So, Igvis, you don't hear anything coming from the other side of your door. War, you hear what sounds like a sad neighing coming from your door. Neighing as in the sound of maybe a horse.
What War does not share that information with the rest of the party.
Okay.
I don't hear anything on mine, so I'm gonna open mine.
War also decides to open her door.
Okay. And you, War, see that same horse in a stall, and you can kind of see one in another stall below here to the south.
I'll move in that way.
And they just sit there in that stall, kind of motionless, and again, they look like that. And Igvis, as far as what you see, um, you see a couple different beds lining the far wall, and then two Belron kind of to the south, and Igvis, as you kind of move through, you see stairs that lead up.
Okay. I can kind of see some like chests at the foot of these beds. I would like to try and check them, but maybe check for see if they're trapped first.
Yeah. So go ahead and give me an investigation check as you look at these chests.
And I'm just kind of like watching his back, looking around the room.
Yeah, they look like chests that you could open, and you don't notice if you're specifically looking for traps, you don't notice any traps on them.
All right, fair enough. I will just open like the thing moved.
Oh, you can turn that off in settings. It's like pan camera or something like that.
Pan camera. I'll do that in a second, but I just wanted to check these chests then, like starting with this one and going down.
Listen, if you... Oh, sorry, never mind. Go ahead.
So you check all four of those chests, and there's nothing in them as you open them up. They are completely empty. But they're like little tiny chests, like they would hold little knickknacks in them. But there is nothing in those chests.
Okay.
They're just empty. War, what are you doing up there with Honed?
War is going to try and see if the horse is friendly.
Okay, how are you doing that exactly? What are you doing to the horse as you stand in front of it? As you stand in front of it, the horse doesn't move at all. It just kind of sits there in this this eyeless gaze.
So, I'm not sure how much War would know this, but Lydia knows that you're supposed to approach the horse from like the side, where they can actually see you, because if you approach them head on, they can't see you as well. There's like a blind spot. So she's going to try and come around the side of the horse's head so that it clearly is lined up with at least one eye, and offer her hand for it to sniff. And depending on how it reacts to the hand offer, go from there.
Okay. Give me an animal handling check.
Three.
So you kind of go and you approach the horse and describe it again. You say you put
Make-
your...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, just repeat again exactly what you're doing as you come in front of it.
So I walk up to it, but I make sure to approach it from one side so that it's very clear that War is lined up with at least one of its eyes, so it can very clearly see me to not spook it. And then just kind of offer my hand with, maybe 6 inches or so before in front of its snoot, and see what it does.
Okay. As you do that and you kind of offer your hand in front of it, the eyes are kind of... There are no eyes, first of all, to this horse.
Yeah.
But there is greenish energy coming out of the eyes and the hooves, and it seems to back up in what seems to be an aggressive stance as you try to put your hands out. And you can kind of see it back up against the corner, and it looks like it's about to buck. It looks very agitated.
Or says, I will come back later with some food or something for this horse. But, Hone, what do you think?
I think that's a good idea. Come back later with some food. Maybe try to settle it down.
I said, did you want to try to pet the
I'll see
horse?
the bones.
No, I don't want to pet him right now. He's gonna buck or cause some harm. I don't want to get injured by a horsey.
All right. I guess at this point, then we'll roll back out of here and see if we can find the rest of the party.
Yeah, that's
And
good.
perfectly timed. I'm going to turn around and yell out, "War! What's going on?"
Horsey didn't want to be pets.
Oh, that's great news.
There's a
We found.
there's a set of stairs that we can
Yeah.
head up this tower.
All right. War is ready. Just point the direction.
I'm going to take up the rear of the convoy. Neil, go ahead and head up.
Okay, the last time we went down any stairs, we got separated.
Oh
Yeah,
god, it happened
that's-
again.
Oh, God. Perfect
Yay.
timing.
The power.
All right. So you went up the stairs. Your tokens just disappeared, didn't they? Okay. So Igvis.
Oath of third dimension.
Uh, okay, so you see a creature, Igvis.
Yeah,
as you
I can
round
see
the corner.
something.
So I'm gonna just kind of describe
We need a
Whatever it is.
rogue.
I get my bearings after doing all that.
We need a rogue out of character.
Okay, so
I would like to stealth up the stairs if possible.
Cling clang, cling clang.
go ahead and give me a stealth.
Balron's with you.
Yeah, you hear from behind you.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up the stairs,
Oh,
mate?
Give me a stealth. Yeah.
Oh well.
So you're like, I wonder what's up here, Balron. And you see that there are definitely some beds, and around the corner it seems like there's a hallway that continues. Then you can't really see much of the room because you need to step in a little bit farther, but there's definitely a creature over there, and it seems to be facing away from you, so you can't really see what that creature exactly looks like. But it seems to be bluish skinned, and it kind of lumbers about. So that's what you
Okay.
like immediately initially see. So what do you do as soon as you see that?
How can I see down the stairs? Is anybody else like coming up too, or is it just Balron at the moment?
Well, I would assume, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, that you were all kind of following behind.
Yeah, I think Neil was next because I gave him an order to go up the stairs.
Yeah,
Alright.
I was just
In
waiting
that
till it
case,
was
like,
next.
I'll whisper to Balron and be like, "There's something up here. Tell them." And then like try and give him a
Quietly?
telephone.
And I'll
Yes.
say you're like right there, Neil, kind of right behind them.
Okay, sweet.
I
just
do a
wanted
broken telephone to Neil and be
sure.
like, "Hey, scary monster in this bedroom."
All right. I'll
And then
Oh,
I'll
no.
take one more step into the room.
Okay,
anyway.
so now at this point, I need initiative.
Oh, man.
Oh dear.
Here we go.
And give me a second before you roll initiative. Let me do this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now roll it. So
I
make
made
sure
it.
you select your token too.
Oh my god.
I am blindingly fast.
There's some horrible initiative rolls.
And I will also kind of show you. I don't know if it'll let me show just you, but you can all pretend you don't see that, except for Igvis. But this is what you see, Igvis.
All right.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
And you also see something else, Igvis, that looks different than those.
Yeah, I see
And-
that one in the back too.
Yeah, and this is kind of what the one in the back looks like. And those
Alright.
of you can pretend that you didn't see that.
I didn't see anything.
Erased.
Yeah.
War, I'm inviting you to go ahead of me, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I just as a quick aside, me and War rolled the same initiative. Do I go before her because I have a higher initiative, or
Higher
Um,
dex. It's
it's
dexterity.
dexterity. Whoever would have the higher dex.
16.
My dex is 14. I go second.
Okay.
Cool. And I am also going to roll initiatives.
30 dice fall.
Yeah, right.
So do not mind me as I just roll those.
I'm really regretting using that bless spell now.
It's really good that I go first because I'm the one who can see them all. So I can be like, hey, I see 3. Like immediately.
Well, you're still trying to be sneaky.
Yeah,
Tech.
as far as I'm aware, they haven't seen me.
Yeah. Well, unless they suddenly turn and start charging at you with those beautiful tongues.
How do you know they have tongues, huh?
Out of character.
Out of character.
um,
Out of character, you find that beautiful?
Oh, it was gorgeous. My favorite. Now I'm kind of hungry.
okay. And just to also just describe what you see in the room as we do this, we start this initiative. So on the other side, it seems like there's a chain mechanism in the northern half of the room, positioned what you assume is over that main gate. And it looks like you could turn these wheels on that mechanism to raise or lower the gates, the portcullis and the front doors. Okay, but let's go ahead and do this. So that creature in front of you, Igvis, is up first. So he is going to... I'm going to get rid of that. He's going to move towards you as he turns around and sees you.
William, is that you?
Oh, we also didn't discuss it. Did we want to have the flanking rules? I assume so.
Yeah, we've had them for a bit now, so may as well.
Yeah, I'll basically assume that we'll keep them until you guys tell me at the beginning of a session you don't want them.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I thought we were good.
Yeah, so he is going to move up to there, and then he is going to attack you. And he comes out and he claws at you. $13 to hit.
Fails.
So he misses you with
Thanks.
that claw. This other one also moves.
You're trying to go through a wall. I think that's why it's stopping you.
Will come there and then end his turn. War, it is your turn.
All right. So squares are 5.
Yes, squares are 5.
Oh, and game is paused for me.
Yeah, game was paused.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, and shouldn't I go first?
Oh yeah. Sorry, that's my bad.
Yes, sorry. Let me just update you. I'll just put you like that. Should fix it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Igvis, you're up.
All right, cool. So at this point, I will yell at them saying, "Get up here! Get up here! Get up here!" And I'll move. Actually, I think I have to stay here because I can go into the corner further. And I'll attack this one here.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for me.
Here we go. All right, an 8.
And 8 will miss.
All right, and then I'll swing with my offhand,
Okay.
which is a 10.
The 10 will miss.
Okay. And that'll end my turn. Then.
War.
All right. War is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we start going up the stairs.
Yeah, that's where everybody's
All
going.
right. 5. I assume I can can I pass around them or no?
Yeah, you can pass people.
Okay, 5, 6. So 6 would have got me there. So then I guess I can dash to get the rest of the way up.
Yeah.
All right. So I go back. So this would be 7. Where to get to this screen. Yeah.
So that was 6, 7 to get there, yeah.
Yep.
And you can't go back behind you because you have to keep going forward to get all the way up the stairs.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't give myself any extra distance. So it would be 12 steps. So or 7, 8. Can I go there or no?
Yeah, you
no.
can. I'll move you.
Okay.
So that would be 8, 9. So right there is on top of him, but that would be 9 to go there, and then you could continue moving.
And then I want to end up here so that I don't block the stairs. And that'll be my movement.
Okay.
So I guess that'll be my turn.
Honed, you are up.
Perfect.
And you could go straight up if you want, or you could go to the left one space. There you go.
Yeah, I'll do my movement and then I'll attack.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an attack roll against the one right in front of you.
The one that's right in front of Vegas.
Igvis, okay. So roll to hit. So 12 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. 6 damage.
Go on.
And that'll be my turn.
All right. Next is Neil.
Alrighty, I'm gonna yell back to Craggle and say, I think Igvis is calling us up here. I'm hearing like fighting sounds, and I'm just gonna yell that back to you so you know to be ready.
Yep.
Head up.
Yeah, go help them.
10. I think this is as far as I can get. Gonna take a swing on the one right in front of me.
Okay.
Don't think an 8 hits.
8 will miss.
All right, and then as my bonus action, I'll take a swing with my offhand sword. 18 hits.
18 will hit.
All right, for 5 damage.
All right.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Next is this creature that is up top. He will.
Are we gonna have lady zombies at some point?
War wants to flirt with them.
Maybe. You don't know my business. But I'm like, at some point you think about all the women the women and children that got murdered. I assume they become zombies.
So this one here, she will move
There we go.
up to War and will attack you, War, as she attacks with claws.
Bring it, lady.
A 24 to hit.
That most certainly hit.
And that didn't show up in there. I'm just going to start rolling like this instead of using that. As for this much damage,
I still see Neil. Oh. 10.
And I need a con saving throw from you. So 13 damage and then a con saving throw.
13 con.
13 con, you are good. So as like it slashes at you, you did it move? You notice that your limbs start to kind of stiffen up on you, but you're able to stretch out and shake off whatever this feeling is.
I think you accidentally paused it too.
Okay, and that is that. Craigle.
Okay, so why can't I? There we go. That's 30. And then I'll go ahead and dash. So why can't I move? There we go. Okay.
So that
Oh
is,
shit.
That is 10 as you move up there.
Right. Go around this guy. Get in this corner here. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Belron, you're up.
Oh! Fuck. I apologize. Can I bonus action?
Sure.
Bonus action Hex, the one right in front of War.
Okay.
Okay, cool. That's my turn.
I'm gonna take my glaive and well, actually, can I swing at this this guy from where I am? Like, kind of over Neil's head a little bit? Slash at him?
The guy right in front of Neil, what do you want to do with him?
Slash him with the glaive. It has a 10-foot reach on it.
Yeah, you can do that.
Alright. I was just wondering, like, I didn't want to just, like, have disadvantage or something because I was swinging over Neil or something. So, alright, so I'll... Oops, I don't... So I'll haul out my glaive and give her a swing. Boo. Does a 13 hit?
A 13 does hit.
Oh, nice. Alright. Not bad at all.
Nice,
11
dude.
damage.
Nice.
Or
So,
13.
Yeah, Balrog!
Or 11.
11
I was
damage.
looking at the wrong thing. Yeah.
And that hurts, but the thing is still standing. Is that it?
DM.
Yeah?
I messaged you. The Hex is disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I don't think I can really move past him at this point, so I'll just stay where I am.
Okay, you feel like you could get past him if you wanted to here to the right. If that's something you wanted to do.
To the right of this guy?
Yeah, so...
Oh,
won't let you
I
move
tried
there,
to
but you
move.
could go
Oh,
there.
it wouldn't let me move there. But yeah, okay, if I can move there, then I would probably actually move here.
Okay.
If I could. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else?
Actually, yes. I hate being a paladin and only having 2 spell slots, but I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on War. So you have a +2 to your AC for 10 minutes.
Woo!
Cool. So that's move,
If War
bonus,
wasn't-
and action.
Yes.
If War wasn't bloodthirsty before, I'm gonna go in and just like start ripping out that guy's tongue instead of the beak.
So this one's gonna turn around and attack you, Belron.
All right. I don't have my shield currently, so I'm at 17 because I have my glaive. Just so you're aware.
Okay. For a dirty 20.
Yep. Dang.
And I'm gonna need a con save, and you're also gonna take this much damage. So 7 damage and then a con save. So you, Belron, you take that 7 damage and it hits you with that claw, and as it hits you across the arm, like between your armor with that claw, uh, you feel a sharp pain in your arm, and it just moves its way through your entire body, and you stiffen up and are immediately paralyzed.
Shit.
You are unable to move. You can't move or speak. You automatically fail any strength and dex saving throws, and attacks against you have advantage. And any attack that hits you is a critical hit if they're within 5 feet of you, the attacking creature. So that is what this one does. And that's its turn. This one will attack you, Igvis. Roll everything in here. That is a nat 20, which will crit you, and then I need a con saving throw. Is that...
Going for two.
It looks like Belron rolled a con saving throw. Did you roll that and it just said Belron, or is that a... No. Oh, for concentration. Okay. So Igvis, go ahead and give me a con saving throw. And you're also going to take damage.
Nat 20 on the save.
You'll take this much damage from the crit, 14 damage. But again, you start to feel a slight tingle, in your chest as you get hit with this claw, but you easily shake it off. But you take 14 damage from that blow. And that's that one's turn. So Igvis, you're up.
Are you muted, Ignis?
Yeah. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
there we go.
So I'm going to swing at this one and try and, I guess, get advantage on him.
This one you're talking about?
The one between me and Belron. Or does he not count as
So,
flanking anymore? He's
He,
disabled. Or-
I would say he doesn't count as
Okay.
flanking because he's basically a statue right now.
Okay.
So he's not really a threat. He doesn't cause a distraction.
Okay. 23. Assuming that hits him.
That will hit him.
Okay. For 7.
7 points of damage. And tell me how you kill it.
So I'm actually going to try and use the momentum of that hit. So I'm going to just try and behead him, essentially. And as I behead him, I still want to take my bonus action to... I'll spend a key point. And I'm going to flurry the other one. So I basically want to behead him and then try and kick and punch the other dude as I do.
Cool. And what are you using again to behead him? How?
I have a short sword. I know it's
Okay.
piercing, but can I just say I'm swinging it and spinning?
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
So we'll do flurry. For 23 and 19.
Boyo.
Both of those hit.
Big damage.
For 6 and an additional 4, so 10 total.
Ouch. That hurts, but it is still up.
And I'm also in a lot of pain, so I noticed he didn't get attacked from the other guys when they moved,
Sorry.
so I kind of just want to get away from him.
Okay.
Actually, no, it's fine. I'll stay there.
Okay.
I'm hurting, but I'm just like, I don't want to move. I
Okay.
want to see if I can give advantage to somebody.
Okay.
Alright.
Cool. So you stay where you are.
Mm-hmm.
War.
And let me burn my key. There we go.
War is going to take out her warhammer and swing at the Lady Gas.
Okay. You swing at the lady, whatever it is.
Fair, we
Yeah,
don't know
War
what
has
the
no
thing
clue
is.
what it is.
You can give me a knowledge religion if you'd like.
War likes being a little bit dumb.
So War swings that your warhammer, and you absolutely miss this. It's terrible.
Yep. I'm going to use my saving. Well, yeah.
And
do we
I
have
also
not-
need a con saving throw, War, too, by the
Yep.
way, from you.
for 12
Yeah.
for the
So,
con.
yeah, as you're, like, sitting there next to this creature, you get this horrible stench that, like, emanates from it. But, you know, you're good. You've smelt nasty things before. This is nothing.
So as a hobgoblin, we smell some nasty stuff.
Yeah.
We have not established what the gas hit point is yet, right?
No. One of them is in the below 20, I think.
Well, yeah, I think the ghouls are like 12. They have somewhere between 10 and 12 hits them. I don't know that a +5 would be enough to hit the one that's next to me. So I'm just going to use my action surge to try and swing again.
Okay.
And there we go. For 21.
21 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
12 damage.
Woo! Big hit.
And for my bonus action, I would like to drink the potion that Ignis put in my water skin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that would be, what is it, 2d4 plus 2?
Right.
Do you want me to just roll it? Because I have it on my sheet.
I wasn't ready to roll it, but
Okay, you're good.
alright. So one of them came up as a 1, so we re-roll, which is Great House Rule. Alright, so 6 is what I gain back, and that is
Yeah,
the
total.
end of my turn.
Awesome. Honed, you are up.
Okay. If I move to here, of the other side of Igvis, yeah, where Manny's clicking.
Mhm.
Would I get advantage?
Yes, you would.
Okay, I'm going to do that,
All right.
and then I'm going to attack this guy.
Sounds good.
Good. 15, 20.
20 will hit.
That was with advantage? Because you rolled
And-
twice with advantage.
Yeah,
Oh,
this-
you rolled twice damage?
Well, you
What?
rolled twice to hit with advantage.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking. Maybe you'll
Oh.
get a crit. That's all I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, I can roll it again. Yeah. It is what it is. It's still a hit.
Almost a crit.
So 12 damage,
Yes.
and this thing goes down.
Perfect. And I still have some more movement, so I'm just going to move up right beside War.
You also see Igvis in a lot of pain. In case you guys are curious, I'm at 1
Ooh.
after the crit.
You're the magic guy, aren't you?
Yeah, you
No,
got a
I'm the monk guy.
Neil,
Can't you
you're
heal
up.
yourself?
yeah, you got a potion, right?
I used it before when I got shocked by the thing.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah, you've taken a beating, homie.
I'd like to point out the shock was on your orders. All right, anyway, go ahead.
That's hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I get advantage here, right?
You do. Yes.
Okay, sweet. All right, gonna hit him with my sword. 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
All right, for 8 damage. And then again with my offhand. 10 doesn't hit, I'm guessing.
10 misses.
Alright, and then that'll be my turn.
All right. This creature is up. She will move. She will attack from where she is at you, War.
Mm-hmm.
Since you did quite a bit of damage there. 21 to hit.
Yep.
I'm gonna need a con save.
Yep. Ooh, I failed that con save.
So you are paralyzed in the same manner that Belron is, and you take also 7 points of damage. And you go stiff as a board. And then this thing is going to move. And it will move. Right there. And honed, you're going to get an attack of opportunity against it.
Okay, so just roll and see if I
just
hit him or
roll-
not.
Yeah, roll an attack against him.
15.
15 will hit.
Come on, big money. Hey, 15.
Wow.
Max
hit.
damage.
That hurts, but it is still up.
Ah,
All right, Craggle.
How does it look?
It looks pretty beat up, pretty hurt.
Alright, I'm just gonna crack a slightly evil smile and point a finger at him, and Eldritch Blast.
Sounds good.
And I got a nat one. Of course it did.
Roll a d20, a flat d20.
Sorry, 1d20. 13.
All right, you do not critically fumble.
Yay, so I just whiff.
Just
Horribly.
whiff. All right.
What other bonus actions? That's my turn.
Belron, you are paralyzed. At the end of your turn, you can make me another con save. Awesome.
Alright.
So you are able to shake off the paralysis and you are no longer paralyzed, but your turn is wasted.
Right.
Igvis, you're up.
Let's see. Am I able to stand on that spot opposite of Neil here?
Uh,
That's why I'm wondering.
yes, you could sit there.
All right. Going. And let's go with the attacks. 21
21 will hit.
for 4.
And just like you, this thing was at 1 hit point. And you take this thing down. How do you demolish this thing in an act of bravery, Igvis, as you run in with 1 hit point?
Well, what I think I'd want to do is stab it and skewer it on the spear, and then while it's dead, use my unarmed strike to just like blast it backwards into the hallway if possible.
Okay.
Just like in this direction. Boom! Go
Yeah.
that way.
Absolutely, you can do that.
Okay.
All right.
And then I'm just gonna sit here for a second, like, oh my god.
And we can exit combat.
I'm gonna give the party a slow clap for that one. Well done, everyone.
I'm gonna give Igvis my potion of healing.
Okay. Cool. Appreciate
Well,
it.
you need it, man. I don't need it.
I've had to use 2 of them already. I feel bad.
And War, after, 20, 30 seconds, you come out of your paralysis as well.
Yeah,
And I'll get back.
that was intense.
Did she hear me congratulate everyone while she was paralyzed? You can still hear, right?
Yeah, she would have been
Okay.
able to hear you.
Okay,
She just
good.
can't
So,
move or speak, but she can hear.
oh, I'm gonna like look at War like I might have to repeat myself, but then just
Well, it
kinda
says you're
continue on.
basically incapacitated, which is just no actions or reactions. Yeah, so you can still hear.
Okay, cool.
So you want more to not hear it, so she doesn't get any more big.
No. I wanted you to hear it. No, I wanted you to hear it. That's why I'm not repeating it. I would have repeated it if you couldn't hear. But I'll
But
give
it's
you a
not.
pat on the shoulder anyway. How's that?
All right. Well,
This place is rough. That's all I'm gonna say.
it is 1 o'clock. So we are at the end of our time, So, I think this might be a good place to stop here.
No, extra long session. Thank you very much, GM. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I will see you all next Friday.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sounds
You guys have a good week.
You too.
Bye, everyone.
Same to you. Later.
Bye.
GG, everyone.